No Sherry, no Jared?
Jared's on.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Tammy, I just lost the desktop that John shows us.
Yeah, me too. All I can see are your guys' faces. They got like way bigger.
That really is a big elk. Holy cow.
Mom told me I had a face for radio, and she was right.
That's why I don't usually use my camera. Let me see if I can...
Well, you guys are the only ones that get to be on camera. It's telling the rest of us that there's no more space.
No more space.
Oh, I'll close mine.
I will close mine.
Boom, they're all gone.
If there was one.
Back to you, Steve.
Oh, man, look.
Yay! Now we can see the screen.
Well, I think it's more
Steve,
important.
you're the face of Herriman today.
I'm just still waiting to see myself on camera. I'm here.
On the webinar. It is
All right.
online, though.
Okay.
I don't have the moral courage to be the only person, I guess. So.
I am there. All right. I'm down in that bottom corner there. That's a little terrifying. Now I can see myself.
Looks like.
Appreciate that. Nope. Steve, did you?
So are we good to go, or are we waiting on a few other people?
I'm good to go now. We're good, Jackie? All right. I guess we're good to go. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I would like to welcome everyone out to our City Council work meeting, which we are conducting electronically today. I'd like to apologize for anybody who might be noticed our slight delay, as we are dealing with making adjustments to handle this as an electronic meeting. We will begin our work session. Work sessions are designed for the purpose of providing council members with the opportunity to study and discuss difficult issues, gather and analyze information, and clarify problems. During the work session, the council may not take any decision that binds the city. While the public may attend a work meeting for observational purposes, there is no public comment period during this time. Other than public hearings, the public comment portion of the meeting, members of the public shall not participate in the meetings unless they are requested to present to the council by a member of the council. At times, the council may defer to a member of the public or an attendee to make comment on a specific item. Just for the record, we do currently have with us Jared Henderson, Clint Smith, and Steve Shields are all on the line as well. So we want to note that they are here as well as myself, Mayor David Watts. And we will begin tonight with a review of the agenda. Are there any items we need to adjust? Okay, so we will.
Mayor Watts, if I might add just one personal privilege, if I might. I am the caretaker for my wife, who is immobile right now, and so I may have to adjourn or ask for a recess, perhaps more than once tonight, to attend to her needs. I wouldn't want to miss out on any votes on any other things tonight. So just setting the stage for that in advance. I don't know how often or when.
Thank you for letting us know. We will absolutely keep that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we, with the consent of the council, we will be continuing item 2.3, which is 118th South Master Development Agreement proposal to a future date. Any other items that needed to be adjusted for tonight's agenda? Okay. We will move on to item 1.2, future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items that the council would like to bring to discuss? All right. I do have one item that I would like to discuss in the near future. I believe that it would be prudent for the council to come up with a policy on how we will address our public events, particularly their cancellation in regards to the COVID-19 requirements that we have. I think that it's only fair to our staff, to our contractors, and to our public if we have a process by which we will make a determination as to when and if those events will be canceled this summer due to the restrictions that we're going through. So on a future item, I appreciate some recommendations from staff about how we can do that so that it's clear both to the staff but to the members of the public how we are going to go about that process as we move forward through this summer. Are there any issues with that from the council?
Oh, it's a good idea.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other requests for future agenda items, we'll move on to item 2.1, discussion relating to the proposed vacation of open space for the Herriman Cove Phase 3 Trail. Blake Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So this is a discussion that ended up at Planning Commission a few weeks ago, and then we found out when it was on Planning Commission that it was maybe a little premature to go there and needed to come to council for a decision or some direction on how to make a decision. So let's see, I think Jonathan has control of the clicker, so if you could advance the slide, that'd be great. Okay. So this is the Fort Herriman Cove subdivision. You can see the road that lines up and around. And so I'm just going to go through some trail connections, discuss each one of them, and talk about how they came about and kind of set the stage here so we can ask you the questions at the end about if we want to keep the trails or not keep the trail or the connections, I guess, so to say. So to begin, there are 5 locations that are trail connections shown on the map that you can see. Location A represents a trail connection through a different subdivision. That subdivision, I think, is called the Overlook Estates. And so they were required to have that connection as part of their subdivision. So I just showed it on there. I put it on the map to show that there is a connection down there, but it's not part of this discussion. Locations B and C, they were part of a parcel that includes a detention basin for this subdivision, and they are part of this subdivision. So they provide 2 connections to an existing trail system that runs along the east side of this subdivision and continues down and goes up and ties in with the ultimate trail system up on the mountainside. Location, and let me back up on that. Location B is a paved section of trail that also doubles as the maintenance access road for the detention basin. And location C is an unpaved trail access that just goes back and ties into the trail. Location D is a concrete paved trail access, and it needs some off-site improvements to continue to tie into the sidewalk system on 14300 South. We're in the process of putting some plans together for that and getting moving forward on it. But that was constructed as part of the subdivision. And so with D, B, and C, we have essentially 3 trail connections, 2 of them paved and 1 of them unpaved, tying into other connections. So the last one I want to talk about is location E. And location E was never constructed. And I'm not 100% sure why it was never constructed. Some of the reasons that I was able to dig up was, 1, there was nothing for it to connect to or tie into. You can see the trail is represented by a dark line quite a ways south, about 800 feet south of this trail connection. And so it's not only 800 feet south, but it's couple hundred feet in elevation difference too. There's a lot of elevation difference to get from this end of location E up to the existing trail. So I think that could have been one reason it was never constructed, is because it was never going to tie into anything. And that it was going to go across steep slopes to actually tie into the existing trail, which would leave highly visible scars on the mountainside. And the last thing is, it was the final phase of the Fort Herriman Cove development. There was a recession that happened during the construction of that development. There was also a forest fire that burnt the mountainside. And so those things took some precedence over constructing this trail connection. And we're finally getting to the point where we're seeing homes getting constructed up there, 12 years later. And so I think that was another reason why that was never built. Can we advance the slide one more time, please? So this zooms in. I turned the direction, so north is actually to the right. So the uphill portion would be to your left on this exhibit. And so on this one, just some things I want to point out. The lots that are shown that are highlighted in blue, those are lots that are all owned by the same property owner. And so they went up and purchased those lots, and they constructed a home on the lot that has a yellow star on it. And the other two lots that are not in the blue, they have existing homes on them as well. And so those are going to come into play here in a minute. But just wanted to kind of tell you what was shown on that map. The one other thing to point out is the highlighted yellow rectangle that runs between lots 311 and 310. That is the trail connection. And so in the Planning Commission requirements that were from 2007, they were supposed to have 3 trail connections in this subdivision, 3 paved trail connections in a 20-foot wide easement. And so this was one of them, but this one, as it was deeded, only was deeded as a 10-foot wide easement. So for some reason, it got recorded as that. And so there's some issues here with where it's shown and how it works. I put a little list there on the side of that location, the pros and cons of that location. Going up and visiting the site, that location is the most gradual slope that there is up in this area to get from the roadway back to the open space. And the property that it ties into is city-owned. It hasn't always been that way. It just happened to be that way in the last couple of years. So when this was all required, it never did tie into public property. It tied into private property. The cons, to get from the end of that trail, like I said earlier, is extremely steep. We're talking, you get into 30% slope as you get back in there to try to tie in. So there will be a lot of switchbacks and a highly visible trail network to get up to the top. And then this trail width that was provided here, the 10-foot wide, doesn't provide the width needed to construct retaining walls to hold the trail up, because the property does slope on this map from the left to the right considerably. So we'd have to construct some retaining walls, and by the time you take a couple of feet out for the retaining walls, you don't have a lot of room for an actual trail on the surface. So can we advance the slide one more time, please? So what's being requested is, you remember the property owner owned all of those lots at the top. They either want to relocate the trail access to another location on their property, but where all the other locations are extremely steep, there's not a real viable solution there. And so the other option would be to totally abandon and vacate that trail access. There are 3 access points represented by locations B, C, and D that meet the Planning Commission requirements, except for location C is not paved. The Planning Commission requirement was that it needed to be paved. So that's where it doesn't meet, but there are 3 accesses. And A is another access point to the trail. Even though it's in a different subdivision, we do have some accesses there. The one thing that we like to note is we've had some issues with placing these trails between lots in these narrow corridors. We've had some vandalism, some broken fences. And so that's, those are the key points there. And so we're looking for direction from the council if you'd be amenable to vacating the trail access, or having us look for another location, and taking some feedback on what your thoughts are on that.
All right, thank you. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
I guess I'm unsure as to how location D is connecting into a trail system.
I think that's a great question. The requirement when the subdivision was done, I think when that subdivision was completed, 14300 South I don't believe it was paved at the time. I think it was still a dirt road. And so they just required trail connections out of the subdivision. And so it met the requirement then. And since that time, that road has become paved and had sidewalks placed. And so it actually is a connection. There's a church located a little bit to the west, and there's also access down to Butterfield Parkway and some other things through there. So I think that one meets the requirement of the Planning Commission, but that is a good observation that it doesn't really tie to a trail. It ties to a sidewalk network.
So then my question would be, B and C would then meet the spirit of what was intended, where D doesn't. Does eliminating E create an impairment to the neighborhood? Is it an amenity that people are using? Is anybody walking along that area right now? Is it, I guess I just don't understand its current circumstance.
I believe D is used a little bit to get to the church, like I said. B, from what I've seen, is fairly heavily trafficked. That trail that runs up the east side of the subdivision is heavily used, and A is also used heavily because it goes down and takes people to Fort Herriman Middle School, and so it's a school. It ties into a school safe walk route, even though the trail is not the actual school safe walk route. Kids still use it as a connection. So A, B, and D are heavily used. C, just because it's close to B, is not heavily used, but it's a good access point as well.
So again, your recommendation then is to just vacate E because it's not necessary at this point?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. It would require some extensive trail work, and it would kind of introduce almost a trailhead at the end of the cul-de-sac, which could spill over into parking issues and problems that we've experienced with that. The wide hollow trailhead that we have planned to construct next year is just on the very edge of the map, straight over from E. So we will have a key trailhead to the trail over on that side here in the next little while.
Do we have any plans to?
Jared,
Go ahead, Jared.
I was just going to say that was going to be my question: is what trailheads do we have in this area or planned for it? I would agree with Blake as I looked through the packet. That's what stuck out to me, is that this would just create a couple of problems. The ones that you mentioned, any of those slots through a couple of houses is just kind of a secluded area where bad things can happen, and it turns the cul-de-sac into a trailhead, which never turns out good.
Do we have any plans for that property that we have that connects to, other than just being basically natural open space for trails?
It's got a pretty steep slope there. It's pretty significant. It would be really difficult and ugly for us to do a connecting trail there. I mean, we can always do that. But like Blake said, even E would be a significant cost because of the amount of work that it would take to put that section in.
Thank you, Wendy. Any other questions by the council?
This is Clint. So I guess my question here is, we've got options. We've got options of obviously just vacating it. Then I guess my question is how does that relate back to what, the Planning Commission recommended some time ago? And if we just vacate it and these other ones that are already in place, I guess is what I'm understanding, A, B, and C, access locations B, C, we've kind of ruled D out. So we could move it to B or C and still meet the intent. I guess I'm just kind of looking for a little more input from maybe Wendy on, yes, I agree. I don't think E makes sense in the location and for the reasons that have already been mentioned. but again, based on the current or the planning commission recommendation, what is Parks recommending?
We've looked at this for quite a while, actually. I think I want to say it's been over a year, hasn't it, Blake, that we've been looking at this?
Yes, this first came to me about a year ago.
Yeah. So we looked at moving the trail down a lot, if I remember correctly, Blake, and we've run into that same problem with it being in between property lines or following kind of that weird hockey stick line that you see kind of at the bottom there where there's a house on the corner, which causes even more problems because it does run into private property when we get down. If we try to move it to the north, we get down into bumping into private property. So we've talked about it for a while. We've looked at moving it to the other side of that lot. We've looked at moving it down. It just doesn't feel to me that there's a good way around this one. And like Blake said, this was done years and years and years ago. There's no way that they could have known what was coming on that hillside at that time. So I think the recommendation was probably smart at that time, but then as we've kind of grown our trail system and looked at how we want things to look on the side of the mountain, it probably is not applicable to the current situation.
So based on that, do we need to relocate this or just abandon and vacate this one, and knowing that it may need to go back to planning commission for a revision on what those recommendations previously were?
Blake, will you remind me, will you pull up this slide? Maybe Jonathan can do it where it shows their properties. I don't know if the slide was before this one or after this one.
It was the one right before this.
There we go. Is there an existing home on 307? That would be a really long trail and slope. That's really bad slope too.
307 has a home under construction on it right now, and those residents have actually reached out to us, and they would prefer the trail to not be closer to them because they want to be at the top of the cul-de-sac and not have that hassle next to them.
Yeah, and you get into some really steep slopes at the back of lot 308 and 309.
Yep, that's the bottom of the canyon, so it goes straight up the canyon. It's extremely steep.
So I think the only way we could try to make it work is to move it to the other side of 311. And I think we've discussed that before, but again, we just run into problems with slope and scar. Okay. And I can't remember, I believe the property owner back then was interested in that. At that time,
he was interested in development at the time. Oh, which property owner are you talking about, Wendy?
All right, moving the trail to the east. No, maybe you're looking at it wrong. Moving the property to the other side of 311.
Oh, that side.
311 and 312. But then I think this is private property back here. We don't own this property. So we run into problems.
That's exactly the problem. Is it would tie into private property at that time, and we'd have to get an easement across it to get up to to the city property.
Just if I can step in here real quick, we've abandoned pieces like this or vacated pieces like this recently, haven't we? That are these trails between properties that aren't being used.
There has been a few vacated.
Yes, we just did one over by Herriman High School last year. And that one was just finalized and done. And that was a trail that was the same idea. It was thought out and required. And then as the development occurred, it turned out to not be such a great idea. I mean, it's a good recommendation when the Planning Commission does it because we don't know the future at that time of the surrounding properties. But then as it develops up, we find that sometimes these trails it'd be better to have a little bit more flexibility in the requirement. And this development did. It required 3 paved connections, which we have 2 paved ones and a third one that isn't paved. So I think it's good to require them, but we have had this issue that we've had to abandon them or vacate them just recently.
So in my opinion, being that we vacated similar types of trails and properties recently, it'd be my opinion that I would be comfortable with us just vacating this particular property at this point, and allowing that to go through that process, as I don't see that particular trail is really an asset to the city anymore. I don't know. What does the rest of the council feel?
I tend to agree with you, Mayor.
Okay, so unless I get something different from the other council members, it sounds like that may be the direction that we have for you.
2 nods, so we're on agenda.
I'm disciplined. I'm good with to vacate this. Again, at the end of this cul-de-sac and the challenges are there, I just don't think it's, again, appreciate the foresight of the planning commission in doing and requiring it, but I don't think this is ultimately now, as it's developed out, a great location for it.
All right, so that will go on a future agenda for action by this council. With that, we'll move on to item 2.2, 7300 West project update. Jonathan, if he's on.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay?
We sure can. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, John. Okay, so 7300 West Roadway, this project's been on our radar for a while, and we like to do roadway projects that have property acquisition items come up, and so we don't do roadway projects without it. So we thought we'd bring this to you and discuss this a little bit. Next slide, John. To start off here, we have the timeline for the project back. So something unique about this is back in spring of 2018, this project was originally conceptualized as a storm drain project. And I'll kind of go into a little bit more of that on the next slide here. But until then, so we have moved, when we did the design, we had to put it on hold in spring 2019 to allow for utility relocation. Now, when that happened, and understanding the disrepair of the road, we thought it would make more sense to spend our money to also help the roadway and to fix it as part of this project. Mm-hmm. And so in fall of 2019, we began the project design and as a roadway project with those utilities as part of it. So last month, at the beginning of last month, that design has been complete and the project was advertised, and we recently received the low bid on the project. And now we anticipate to give a notice to proceed here pretty soon and anticipate a construction completion early fall. Go ahead to the next slide, John. So, and also graphically depicting the project, you can see in yellow, and let me back up a little bit, I apologize. So the north arrow on this is to the left. So the north is to the left of your screen on this. And so the yellow portion of the project is what we call the base bid. And that's the main part of the project. And if prices come in well, we can do some additional project, which I'm showing is the bid alternate, and that's in blue. Again, so the original project, like I said, was intended to be a storm drain project to allow these surrounding developments to outfall to Butterfield Creek. And so the utility line, the storm drain line would take the runoff to Butterfield Creek to the north. Now, as that design was complete, we put the project on hold to relocate both gas and communications. And again, like we discussed, it was turned into a roadway project for this particular fiscal year and to be completed. And so again, what we're doing is we're moving forward. We have a few properties that require acquisition to do the full improvement. So John, if you'll go to the next slide, I'll show what those ones are. There are 4 properties that require acquisition to include either sidewalk. Well, all of them require acquisition to provide sidewalk for all 4 of these properties. And then a couple of them, the one in yellow, all the way to the right, we require acquisition for curb and gutter and sidewalk. And the property in red, all the way to the left, has some risk associated with curb and gutter, but there's property for that. So what I'll do is I'll start at property 1 and talk about that in detail. And then property 2 and 3, we'll go on to that and then talk about property 4. So John, if you'll go to the next slide. So this is a graphic of what the design, zooming in on the design drawings a little bit. So this is, you'll notice that there's a hatched area in blue. That is the acquisition that is required. And you'll notice that there's curb and gutter that is designed, and at least horizontally speaking, you could slip in some curb and gutter along the frontage of this property without the need of additional right-of-way. But we would need approximately 1,500 square feet to install the sidewalk as well as the driveway approaches. Now, we went and visited the property owner and talked with them, and at first, so they wanted to step back and think about the proposition, and the proposition that we provided them was, we will provide these improvements, including sidewalk and the drive approaches, if you dedicate the right-of-way. Since that time, we've heard that they've reached out to an attorney to represent them through the process, and so I've had limited ability to reach out to them to understand what it is that they want. John, will you go to the next slide? This is a street view of the property. Again, pointing out that if we installed just the curb and gutter without right-of-way, it would probably go about 2 feet in front of that existing wall that you see. That wall is generally right along that the right-of-way line as it exists today. You can also see by this picture that there's some sandbags there. This is taken back in 2015. You see a runoff from the roadway and enter into their property, right into their drive approach. It probably puddles a little bit just upstream of those sandbags in that on the shoulder there, just a little bit before it reaches in, even without the sandbags. And the thing that I wanted to point out for this is that if curb and gutter was installed along this, that there is potential perceptive risk from the property owner's side that the curb and gutter would collect and then concentrate runoff into their drive approach, into their driveway if a drive approach is not installed to keep the runoff from entering into their property. So installing curb and gutter without the drive approach presents a little bit of a risk, additional risk to that. And we would obviously need to, if we wanted to mitigate that risk, we would need to install a drive approach. And to do that, we would need property acquisition. And typically in cases like this, property owners are pretty amenable to allowing us to put in a drive approach without dedication if we have a consent to allow for the improvement wouldn't be on their property, but rather the tying into their driveway with some fill to feather it into their drive approach does encroach on their property. But in this case where they've reached out to an attorney to represent them, we're being sensitive about making sure we're not putting any property or any encroachment near or around that right-of-way line. So it makes it a little more difficult to install the curb and gutter. And you guys are welcome to jump in if there's any questions as we're moving along. This property right here probably represents the larger of the obstacles of the project on, what should we do with this particular project? The options here would be, we could install and do all the improvements and stop short of installing curb and gutter. And then it's almost to the way the condition exists today as far as asphalt improvements are. So we would have asphalt, but then we would stop short of the curb and gutter. The other option is we install curb and gutter and have a little bit of additional risk with that option, with the perceived risk of additional runoff being concentrated into their drive approach. And those are the two options for this property that I foresee, at least at this point, maybe to think about. And there could be more. That these are the two that I thought about. And again, we can come back to this slide and talk about this a little bit more if you'd like. But if there's no comments here, we can go to the next slide, John. So this property owner has reached out to us and indicated to us, despite what it says here, we've actually, between the time that this presentation was prepared and today, they have talked to us and indicated that they would just like to have curb and gutter installed and not the sidewalk. And so property acquisition would not be required to complete the roadway improvements along this frontage. Sidewalk, however, would not be completed along this area. And so the unique, not necessarily unique thing, but the advantage about this property is that they are on the upstream side, or excuse me, the uphill side of the roadway. So installing curb and gutter along this and providing curb cuts for them to be able to drive into their property does not present any additional runoff or flooding risk to their property. And overall, although they do not want to dedicate the property, they have a very positive outlook on the project and are anxious for the project to happen. John, next slide. This is the next door neighbor to the south of the last property owner. They're in the exact same situation, exact same sentiment. Is they like the project, but they'd rather just move forward with just curb and gutter and putting in curb cuts to tie back in so that they can, or excuse me, putting curb cuts in so they can drive easily into their existing driveways. Although they do not want to dedicate sidewalk, they're anxious for the project to happen. And again, there's no additional runoff risk for flooding into their property with installing just curb and gutter with curb cuts. Next slide, John. And the last property owner that requires property acquisition is on the downhill side of the roadway. And curb and gutter and sidewalk would need to be acquired, property acquisition would need to be acquired to install curb and gutter and sidewalk for this project, for this portion of the property. We've reached out in many ways to get a hold of this property owner, but have not been able to get a reply back from them. We've made contact with them by phone. We've gone to their house a couple times, as well as sent a letter and outlined as much as we could, but we could not hear back from this property owner. So what we could do in this particular situation is we could do similar to what we talked about on property owner one, whereas we withhold, we would stop short of curb and gutter and just have the asphalt edge be pulled, or we would install asphalt up to the edge to where we have right of way, and leave out curb and gutter and sidewalk. My thought on this, because this was the end of the project, we simply just move the current extent of the roadway design as shown in that red line and move it to the north side, and we would just end the roadway improvements at the other side of the property line. So we're not doing any roadway improvements along this portion, but rather installing just the storm drain portion of the project along the frontage of this property. And this is the very south side of the project for even the utility project, because it's tying into, there's on the bottom of your screen, there's an open area that's actually a retention facility that we'd be tying into with the storm drain pipe and then sending it out to Butterfield Creek, or a retention pond before it goes to Butterfield Creek. So at this point, this is my last slide here. I just wanted to solicit some thoughts from the group on figuring out what our next step should be for really property number 4, this one here, as well as property number 1. on what we should move forward. Again, the thought there was we could install just short of installing curb and gutter on property owner 1. And on this one, we would move the extent. The recommendation would be to move the extent of the project for roadway improvements to end on the north side of this property as opposed to the south.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions or comments?
This is Clint. So on property 1, you talked about some increased risk of flooding if we did don't need any right of way acquisition, but still do the curb and gutter. I guess give me a sense of what you think that potential risk is.
Yeah, it's a good question. John, would you mind going back to that slide for me?
Because just overall looking at the project, my thoughts are, because you have properties 2 and 3 who want just the curb and gutter, don't want to do the sidewalk dedication. Understand that's, would be basically property 1's preference as well. My initial thought again, but I want to understand the threat of the flooding risk here. My initial thought is with these 3 properties, then let's just do the curb and gutter along that whole section of roadway improvement, and then stop, the improvement area short of property number 4 that we just discussed, and get the curb and gutter along this whole section and move forward. But I want to understand that flooding risk.
That's a good question, Clint. And I would say this is probably likely it could be more as a perceived risk of additional flooding. The way I was perceiving, or the way I'm looking at this, is if you install curb and gutter along the frontage of this property. Now, the generally speaking, drainage goes from the south end towards the north along this property front. And so for this short segment of fence that we're staring at in this photo would have curb and gutter just right up against it. Runoff would collect off of the roadway, sheet flow into the curb and gutter, and then move its way north along the curb and gutter in a hard paved surface that's impervious and directly discharge right into the driveway. As opposed to, if you have asphalt, that sheet flow, the alternative being that there's no curb and gutter, we would have runoff that would continue to sheet flow east, and then essentially do what it has been doing in the past and either hang out in this shoulder, and obviously that continue runoff would fall into their drive approach again. But perhaps it would have, there's no perceivable additional flooding if the curb and gutter is not installed there. Now, again, this is a perceived risk that my recommendation is trying to avoid. And it's also gauging an understanding from this property owner did not appear very amenable to the project overall, and just trying to do my best to stay away from adding any additional risk of litigation, just kind of knowing their fill on temperature on the project. So, Clint, you are right that there's probably not a lot of additional risk to installing the curb and gutter than what exists today. And if we did jump in and install the curb and gutter, it's more like a perceived additional risk. So I don't know if we'd be able to,
what's the normal spacing in the curb and gutter then of the basically the storm drainage grates? Could you, through the spacing, try and have one close to that to help mitigate as much of that that's flowing down the gutter towards the property to help mitigate that a little bit at least?
Yeah, that's a good point, Clint. And so this photo, again, is a little old, back in 2015. So along the frontage of what you see to the right of this property is just a field. And right now, it doesn't exist that way, right? It's got full improvements. It's got curb and gutter, sidewalk, and there's actually a catch basin to collect runoff, essentially right where that fire hydrant is sitting-ish. And so it does collect some runoff already somewhat as it is. Okay. And I think they're probably in a pretty prime spot. Again, I'm being perhaps a little hypersensitive. The curb and gutter adding that risk to the project, but it is rather minimal.
Okay. Well, that's my thoughts of the project overall is, if we can get curb and gutter through this whole section and then move the boundary line of the project up to, if we can't make any contact on property 4, that's kind of my thoughts. I do know the current homeowner there, so I will try and reach out and see if I can make contact and have a conversation with them, about some of the thoughts there and see if I can, get us any headway into, at least having them supportive of whatever direction we decide to go.
Yeah. Great.
Hey, so Clint, this is John Brems. Just be careful because they retain counsel for eminent domain.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John.
I do have a question here as we're looking at this. As we're considering not putting in sidewalks in this area, are we setting ourselves up to be in the same situation as we've had with some of these other streets with safe walk routes and with the consternation that we've gotten from some of the residents after it's been built for those areas that haven't been improved?
We'd absolutely be right back same position we've been in Old Town and other places where we didn't put sidewalks in. Residents should come back and ask them for them.
So for me, I have a hard time looking at this and saying that we're gonna, do anything that improves these properties without, the property being dedicated over to the city. If we're improving the properties, by giving them basically curb and gutter in front of their property, it would make sense that land is dedicated to the city. As we've required in other places in the city to do the same thing. So for me, I hesitate to want to do anything with curb and gutter and side, if the sidewalk's not included and the ground is not going to be dedicated to the city, because we're going to end up in the exact same situation that we've been fighting with, and it's been a sticking point with residents for a very long time. So I'm not sure I'm in favor of moving forward with this, other than the asphalt that needs to be put in, but just stopping at the asphalt and not doing the curb and gutter. So
I think even with the asphalt, Mayor, it sets up the same problem we do too, because it doesn't hold the shoulder of the road, and we still have water running into people's yards. And that's why the sandbags are just proven that we can't even stop short of this project because the water will run right down to that point and run right into their yard. We do that. So
and if that's the case, it would be my opinion that without further involvement with the homeowners or the property owners, that I'd say this project may need to go on hold for a while. Is my opinion. I don't know. What's the thoughts of the other members of the council?
I'm trying to figure out what the reason is for not wanting the sidewalk. Do they give an objection to that? Is there some loss of value that they experience with a sidewalk there? I guess I'm just not understanding.
That's my perception. And speaking with them, I don't know if they've explicitly mentioned that, but all residents, when even amenable to the projects, when we speak to them, they're very leery of giving up anything. They perceive, obviously, that sidewalk improvements, and we do our best to try to explain the situation to them. But I still think that giving up property for improvements that perhaps are perceived from their perspective are supposed to be done before they, by the city, perhaps. And they're very leery. Even when we discuss, hey, if you come to subdivide this property later, this would likely be something that you would have to be done at your cost. And now the city's coming in and doing that if you would simply did it. So we explain that to them. Maybe I've just, anyway, so it's a good question that I guess I can't answer very well to know why they're very hesitant and leery on those.
This is Jared. My question is kind of along the same lines. Are we being asked, do we want to proceed with just a basic curb and gutter, or are we wanting to pursue eminent domain to do the sidewalk? Is that the question? Because they don't want to give us the land to build the sidewalk, we would have to condemn it in order to do it.
To me, the alternative was, that eminent domain or acquiring property was not on the table as far as the conversations that I've had, nor.
So maybe I should just clarify what are the options we're being asked to look at? Give me 1, 2, 3. Is it basic curb and gutter? Is it put it on hold? What do we work us through?
Jonathan, before you answer, can I ask another question really quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, I guess my understanding is that, again, initially this project was designed as a storm drain project. The scope of that project has now been basically expanded because of the fact just the road needs some improvements in the area. But right now, I mean, when we talk about whether the project goes on hold or not, the storm drain component of this still needs to be accomplished. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the question to me then isn't really if we're going to proceed or not on the project, because we need to take care of the storm drain piece. It's a matter of, do we just move on the storm drain piece and leave the road improvement component of that till a later time? Or do we move forward with the road improvement component of that, and then these other components come into play? Is that accurate?
Yes, and one item I'd add to that, Clint, is on the alongside that storm drain line, there's also a secondary water line that would be installed as well as part of that. But you're right. The other approach to this is you install the utilities, and then you would patch the asphalt when you get back up to the surface and leave the roadway improvements for another day. The reason the roadway improvements as part of this made sense and as part of the conversation is that when we patch the asphalt, we obviously spend some money to do that. And we have quite aggressive patch requirement in our standard that is actually somewhat costly just to patch it. And it made sense in our mind to include the roadway improvement. So I just kind of given some background as to why the roadway showed up as part of the project. It seemed to make sense fiscally to do as part of the utilities. But certainly, Clint, and I appreciate that point, is that the utility portion could be separated from the roadway. And Jared, maybe I'll just jump in and start about options 1, 2, 3. I would say that certainly the option that Councilman Clint just brought up is that you could do the storm drain line without the roadway. You can do the roadway improvements without curb and gutter. And then you could do the roadway improvements with curb and gutter. None of those options of which require property acquisition from this property owner. And then the other option would be, moving forward with eminent domain or negotiating for a cost to acquire that property for the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. It seems to be the question is option 3. I would agree that it generally makes sense to do everything at once if we can. From the property owner's point of view, to answer Steve's question, if it were me, what it seems to be with every one of these we run into is that the property owner doesn't want to just give something, that gets improved, but they'd rather be compensated for the property they're giving up. Is that correct?
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, in viewing these properties, as we've went through them, I think this first one, if I remember right, the first, the next half of their property adjacent is horse pasture or something like that. So obviously they're giving up some of their horse pasture, that space that is currently there for those, and potentially something along the same lines in those other 2 properties. So it's, relocating fences and giving up some of that. So again, I understand that component of it too. Like you say, you have these people who, I guess, for lack of a better word, don't care about the improvements so much in this area right now, and therefore really don't want to, even though they would get those back, don't feel like the trade-off is worth it for them right now to give up the land dedication in order to get the improvements versus what they currently have. And so to the mayor's point, yes, the curb and gutter is still an improvement in front of these homes. But again, the fact that in all three of these situations, we don't have to actually do any land acquisition in order to put in the curb and gutter. If you're going to go with a project that has the road improvements with it, just for me, I feel like the curb and gutter again is probably in the city's best interest for the protection of the edge of the roadway, to give really as long a life out of that as we can.
Would this fund?
This is Jared.
Go ahead, Jared.
I'd just say I would agree with that. At minimum, it sounds like there are cost savings. At least in previous projects, there's cost savings to do the road work at the same time. Doing patchwork later has additional costs on top of all of that. So I'd agree. Baseline is do the utility work, road improvements with curb and gutter. And if they aren't amenable now, then it's likely something that we'll have to do later. But if the sidewalk has to be later, it has to be later.
Is this, I know we have a policy now in place, and if they come back later and try to subdivide or develop, that road improvements are required to be paid back to the city. Is that correct?
You could put that in place, but it's not been required in the past. We've not implemented that.
We've not with McHouston.
Because they pay impact fees and their fees if they're subdividing or developing a new lot anyway. If it's existing property, if they want more improvements, where they push back, didn't want the sidewalk or something, they want it later, we'd have to work through that again.
Okay.
As was, I think Jonathan stated, if there's a few of these that look like they could be developed later. If the property owner chooses to develop them later, they will end up paying those costs themselves, as they would be required as part of that new development. And if that's the risk they want to take, it's fine with me, as long as we don't need the sidewalks for safe walking routes now. That's something we can do in the future.
Do we have a safe walking?
That's correct, Councilman.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead. I was just going to say, so a safe walk route strictly does not require a paved surface, but it's obviously preferred, but it is not necessary or required. Excuse me, it is helpful, but is not required.
Where's the closest school to this one?
Butterfield Elementary, and it might be the new one that's going to be built in the over by Ivory Farms area, the Danzy property. It's almost going to be split between the two.
So this isn't, just to make sure I remember correctly, this isn't right next to an elementary school.
No, it's not, but I see
No.
7300 West, this will be a walking route.
It will be a walking route.
Yeah, at some point, it definitely would be.
So can I just ask, do we have a precedent for this? I mean, is McQueeston the same kind of thing where we just waited until we could work it all out to do the acquisitions and do it all at once? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do we have a precedent? Have we done something before that would help shape what we decide here?
That's a good question. I'll venture to answer. McHouston, as well as Gina, the precedent has been set for us to include acquisition for the entire stretch of the project prior to moving forward with the improvements on the project. This project, the unique portion of this, the unique part of this project is essentially that the original intent of this project was storm drain, so roadway improvements then were added to it. But it's a perceptive question, and I think a good one. And if we're looking at McHouston and Gina, the roadway improvements, we waited until all acquisitions were completed for sidewalks before we moved forward with the roadway. But again, this one, like I say, the roadway was not necessarily an afterthought, but a thought that, hey, let's try to get some savings on doing the roadway as part of this.
I can maybe add a little bit to that. It seems like in the past, our projects have been that if the property had potential to develop into several lots or more, then we haven't done the improvements outside of the sidewalk along these system improvement roads that are eligible for impact fees. But if it's a single family home, we've been a little more willing, it seems, to come and put the full improvements in front of those homes, just because we know they're not going to develop any further than they already are.
If they dedicate the property, correct?
Correct.
That is correct. This is Clint again. Sorry, I lost my connection there for a minute, so I think I missed just a little bit of that, previous discussion, and I don't even know if you heard all of my thoughts on that.
I think we had you for a while there, Clint. I don't know if we missed anything.
What it's worth, I'm not a big fan of doing it in piecemeal. I'd like to do it all at once, including the sidewalks. If there's a big need to do the stormwater stuff and get that in there right now, then I'd say we could move forward with that. But I'm not really a big fan of doing the roadway with curb and gutter and not sidewalks. It just seems, I don't know. For lack of a better term, it seems silly. I'd like to work with the homeowners and see what could be done there, but that just, I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me to just leave streets without sidewalks over certain portions of the street and sidewalks over other portions of the street. That just seems inappropriate.
So this is Sherry. Sorry, guys, I just chimed on. I just got off our water call, and I'm just barely heard the tail end of this. And I don't know what the discussion has been up to this point, but just because I live on this street, and this is a mess out here, I would encourage any of you who question it to drive up and down the street, try and drive it every day. And I think the road needs done. I agree. I don't like piecemeal either. I'd like it to the residents to go forward with the sidewalk and we could get that done. But I really believe that if we're going through here with the sidewalk, this little grandma's quilt out here can't take any more patches. The road needs fixed and it needs curb and gutter so we can get rid of some of this water. We're constantly dealing with erosion on our asphalt because of the water on the road. I just think it needs done.
Sherry, this is Clint. So along that vein of thought, and you just coming on, again, we're dealing with a couple of properties here who are saying they don't want to do the dedication to have the sidewalk installed, and we could go ahead and do the curb and gutter without any property acquisition in front of a few of these. What would be your thoughts on that in terms of doing the road improvements? Again, I don't think it would be smart of the city to do the big storm drain project and the other water line utility project and have to come in and patch that expense of patching the roadway with asphalt. I would much rather do the whole improvement there. But again, the discussion really has been these properties that don't want to do the dedication for the sidewalk component, but there is enough room to do just the curb and gutter so that they can do those roadway improvements. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thoughts 100% is I hate the idea of doing it without sidewalk. I totally understand that, but I really believe that if we can't get the sidewalk done, we need to get this road done with the road, curb, gutter, and get it done just so that I don't want to come down through there with a big utility and then patch it and come back through. I just think that if we're going to come down through, dig up the road, let's just fix it while we go. We can come back in and add sidewalk without digging up the road. It's not like we're going to have to make a bunch of asphalt cuts to add sidewalk at some point, but we're digging up the road. Let's just get the asphalt laid down right, re-engineer the road, get it done right.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. And that was essentially my thoughts as well, is that, yes, it's not ideal to not put in the sidewalk, but you can't come back and do that later. Again, I think it's a little bit different scenario than, we've dealt with McHouston and Gina Road, obviously, because of the other utility project that's going on in here. But ultimately, I don't want to spend the money to do the patchwork, knowing that we're going to have to come back in at some point and tear it all up again just to get the roadway fixed. So that's where I look.
Is there that, Clint? I want to ask you though, is there justifiable enough savings in not having to come back and do it that would offset a cost of some of that acquisition if it was needed?
Well, the problem
those sidewalks done.
with paying to acquire it is then we're back into the unequitable treatment of different people. How can we go in and pay these guys for sidewalk when we're not willing to do it for someone else? We get ourselves in the corner where we say, well, this road we're gonna allow it and we're gonna pay, and this road we're not gonna pay. It just doesn't seem equitable between the different property owners.
Well, and Sherry, that you probably didn't hear this, but I asked that question before if we had a precedent of what we had done before, and that's one of the things I was trying to figure out is what do we do? I mean, are we eminent domaining these things? Are we trying to negotiate with them over time? Are we just waiting them out? What's our normal strategy for this?
Well, I would just go back to what we said on McHouston. We would not pay for right-of-way. That was the council's position, that we wouldn't pay for right-of-way. So either they had to deed it, or if they didn't, we could go through the condemnation process and then do the ordinance that we put forth with the lien that would make them pay us back if they ever did anything with their property. That, in my mind, that's what we had decided to do. Anybody can chime in if they heard something.
That was what I was alluding to earlier with our policy was I knew we'd put something in place that would allow us to get that back if they improve the property later. So to be honest, I don't have any desire for the city at this point to take any sort of eminent domain action. I want to make that very clear, that I don't, for me, that's not even on the table at this point. But when I look at it, I do look at this as something very much like McHouston and Gina, and we were very clear that we weren't going to make improvements until the right-of-way had been deeded. And so this is a little bit different because we don't necessarily need the right-of-way to put in the curb and gutter, but I still feel like it's an improvement. I have a hard time right off this without probably driving down the street and without, getting a little bit more information from staff to make a good or informed decision right now. What I would personally prefer to see is for us to reach out to those property owners again or their representatives and see if we can make any headway on coming to a mutual agreement of dedication of property and improvement. I think that by far is the most responsible approach from both sides, and would like to give that another shot. As I would much rather take that approach than do this piecemeal, do this, with patches, or to try to condemn somebody's property. I don't have any desire to do any of that. So personally, right now, on this item, my request would be for staff to go back and to approach the property owners again, or at least for the 3 property owners that we can get in contact with, and see what we can do to work together with those property owners, make sure we're preserving their property rights, as well as working in the best interests of the city and our taxpayers. That would be my recommendation at this point. I don't know, what does the council think?
I'm with Sherry and Clint on this one. Let's get the utility work needs to be done. It makes sense to do the road work at the same time. Curb and gutter does not encroach on anything. It's easy to do sidewalk later that does not have an impact on those things. So I'm good moving forward. Those efforts have been made already, and they'll be made again in the future, but the utility and the road work needs to be done.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we don't, as we move forward through this, that we don't continue to reach out to these property owners and, can you please get this sidewalk done and keep, working with them. But if there's a just absolute no, we're not going to do it, I just believe we got to at least get the road done, but continually try to work with them to add the sidewalk.
Sherry, if you live over there and that's your recommendation, I'm going to follow what you're saying over there. I haven't seen it. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like there's a lot of reasons to move forward with it. And to your point, although it just seems silly and unsightly to just leave patches with no sidewalk there, I understand that's probably not a substantial expense or additional work to come back in and add some cement sidewalk.
Yeah, like I said previously, if we were going to have to come back and do asphalt cuts and things like that to add the sidewalk and stuff like that later, then I would start looking at this differently. But because we don't have to do that portion of it, we can move forward with the engineered portion of it, then I'm good with it. And just because I watch every time we have any kind of a storm event or anything, the water just puddles on these roads and it just continually breaks everything down with standing water on it. And our road crews are constantly out here patching holes, fixing holes. And I just don't think it's good use of our resources to have them doing that when we're going through here, we're ripping it up. Let's just get it done right when we put the storm drain in.
Understood, agreed, and also continuing the efforts to persuade them to allow us to do the sidewalks. I think that would be a good thing to do hand in hand, which I think you're in agreement with as well.
So it sounds like
Yes.
council's given direction at this point. Does staff have any questions for us? Okay.
No, I think I've got really good direction, especially on property 1, and then as well on maybe look on property 4. We're going to look at moving that extent from that red line from the south end of the property to the north just a little bit. To if I can just speak to that really quick, is that correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know if the council has it. Can we move to that slide real quick? The property 4.
This is Clint, and again, if we've exhausted our efforts, I mean, obviously another shot at trying to make contact is worth it. But if we've exhausted our efforts, I don't want not being able to get in contact with them to hold up the project. So we just basically move that boundary line for the roadway improvements to the north and move on.
Great.
I agree as well. So it looks.
Thank you very much.
It sounds like you guys have direction. All right. If there's no other comment by our council on this item, we will go ahead and move forward. As we stated earlier, we are going to continue item 2.3, which is the 118th South Master Development Agreement proposal, to a future meeting, if there is no objection by the council. So at that point, we will move on to item 2.4, presentation of the 2020-2021 Herriman City budget. Alan Ray, our finance director.
Hello. You might realize the budget this year is a little bit challenging. Figure out where we're going to be going in our revenue stream and what we can do with it. I see about every 15 minutes a news story with a new progressive estimate of what's going to happen with our economy. Ben Bernanke today said 30% drop in GNP this quarter, recover in the summer, and then be shut down again in the fall. Others are saying it's going to be more like a disaster and less like a recession or depression. We don't know. We don't have any idea right now how long this pandemic is going to last and what effect it's going to have on our budget. So going into this budget, we've our budget committee and along with our finance committee, which includes Clint and Sherry, have talked long and hard about how to approach this budget in a time when it's very uncertain what's going to happen over the next few months. Sales tax is our largest single item revenue right now, and the sales tax we received this last month is representing sales in January. We're not going to see even the March sales till the end of May. So we're doing a lot of guessing on what's going to happen this year. And as we talked about it in the budget committee, we discussed, do we just cut everything bare right now to make sure that we're cut without really knowing where we need to go? or do we budget kind of a normal response and then with some safeguards in case it doesn't happen? And so, as we talked about it, we decided that we should budget normal, but we've entered some safeguards into this budget to try and make sure that our budget is consistent with what the market ends up giving us over the next few months. So we're going to, so we approached it from that, we've approached it from that point of view, that we want to approach it from a normal point of view, but also with these safeguards. So Jonathan, would you go to the next page? Some of the things we've been looking at is that there are several employees that are projected in this budget. And with a couple of exceptions, we've only budgeted the new employees for 6 months of the year, meaning that they couldn't be hired prior to January 1st, so that we have a time to review our current situation before we add the employees. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but for the most part, that's the approach that we've taken in the budget. Brett has given a directive at this point that over the between now and the end of December 2020, that we would not allow any in-state travel or training, and that all out-of-state travel and training would be for the entire year of the budget. So that's in place at this point already. That'll be reviewed by Brad as we go forward. But right now, the directive is that we won't have any of those till we see. Next, there are several vehicles and some heavy equipment that are anticipated in this budget. And again, it is the directive at this point that those won't be purchased before January 1st, so that we have an adequate opportunity to see what happens there. And effective right now, any new capital projects have to be reviewed and approved by our budget committee, and specifically by Brett, so that we can control any major things being started prior to really seeing what the effect of this is going to be. You know, like I say, it's being defined by some. I heard one today that it's going to be a U-shape, where it's going to come immediately out of it as soon as we get done with this. Saw another one that described it as a wheelbarrow, so it dropped real fast, moves gradually up until all of a sudden we come out of it. No one knows. You have economists trying to judge what's going to happen with the pandemic, and the medical profession can't agree on how it's going to happen either. So these are the things that we put in place initially, so that we don't get involved in any major things prior to having a better handle on what we think is going to happen with the economy. Can you give me the next one, Jonathan? Now, this didn't come through very good when I emailed it, but yes, this is our general fund. In general fund in 2020, we are projecting $24 million in revenue, a little bit over $1 million more than last year. The primary increase will come in sales tax, though there are several that I see that will probably have some increase. Our main one that we've decreased is our building permits. We'll talk about that in a minute. But in our general fund this year, we have $19,140,000 in expenses. Additionally to that, we have proposed $1.5 million going to debt service. when we did our 2015 sales tax bond, part of that bond was for City Hall and part of it was for roads. So we transfer part of the money out of general fund to pay for that bond, and that goes into our debt service fund. We also have $1,830,000 going into our capital projects fund. And typically, this is money that's used for general capital projects. But right now, while we have a debt owing in capital projects because of the auto mall, this will actually go to reduce the negative fund balance in capital projects. We have a small transfer, $481,000 to public safety. This is money going from the general fund that will cover animal services. Plus, in this budget, it's proposed that our emergency services that has been covered in the general fund in the past be moved to public safety. So this amount is just covering those two items. And the reason we're showing it as a transfer is that since the last budget, we've actually separated public safety into a separate fund in our accounting, and we're reporting it that way in our budget so that we can see exactly how much of the cost public safety is covering of their own. But these two, our animal services and our emergency services, we're coming from general fund. So to equalize that, we've transferred an equal amount to the expenses. Now, when you see the financial statement at the end of the year, public safety will be reported in our general fund. We've separated them to a different fund at this point just because there are a lot of questions about whether it's covering its costs or not. So we've put the things related to public safety in a separate fund for budgeting, for our accounting, but it will be reported as part of our general fund at the end of the year. And then we have a transfer to Public Works and Public Safety Building. This is to make the payment on the land where the Public Works will go. It also is going towards some of the architectural services that are going into building those buildings. Now, our fund balance for both of these years, 2019, 2020, are projected to be exactly the same as they were at the beginning of the year. We're essentially balancing the budget. The fund balance will be the same. The percentage is going down because the percentage is based on revenues. So as revenues go up, if you keep the fund balance the same, the percent goes down, but we are maintaining the fund balance there at what it has been. This is a 290-page budget, so I'm trying to go to some highlights here. Clint and Sherry can tell you that I talked as fast as I could, and it took us 3.5 hours to go through it the other day. Brett and Tammy and Wendy got to spend more than 30 hours on it, so we're going to boil it down fairly quickly today. Again, I would really like to thank particularly Jonathan and Tammy, but also Mitch and Destiny for all the work they've done in putting this together in a relatively short time. We didn't have the numbers completely finalized till Friday, so monumental task to get it all together for tonight. And this initial draft of the budget will be put on Dropbox so that you can get to it and make your comments, whatever. If you don't want to use Dropbox, we will arrange for a thumb drive to be delivered to you so that you can see it that way. Then as we get a little further in the process, we will provide you with a written copy. But it is will be available immediately. Okay, Okay, Jonathan, if you'll just give me the next slide. And I've just got some highlight things, and these things are all included in your in the document that you'll see, but I just want to run through some of them really quickly. We are projecting sales tax to continue to grow. I know there's some concern over whether sales tax will grow or not. We have been growing this year our sales tax at around 24%. So we've just been really growing at a very high rate, and that is because of two things. First of all, our population has grown significantly, and the sales throughout the state have increased. Now, despite all the hoarding in the grocery stores of the food and toilet paper and whatever, large ticket items are not selling right now. Cars, furniture, those types of things. We projected this still to raise at 13%, which is roughly half of what we have been growing at. This is something that we'll watch closely, but like I say, there's a 2-month lag on the information here, so we need to be pretty vigilant on what's happening with this. The next one, VNC road funds, we are projecting a small increase on VNC road funds. This is distributed to us based on our population, but it's also based on the amount of gas tax that's paid. So if we continue to keep everyone at home, we may not see the growth rate in this that we have. We've seen this growing at around 12 to 15% the last couple of years. This is only representing about a half of that. But again, it depends on how quick we come out of it. Our next one there is our building permits. We've marked this down an additional 4.5% in 2020. 2019 was a little bit reduced from what we had seen in the previous years. 2020 appears to be going down a little more, and we again see this going down even further in the coming year. This with sales tax are our main two things that we need to focus on in the general fund with how fast they're going to affect our budget. Park fees, again, this is based on number of households. Every residence, whether it's multifamily or individual, pays a park fee. Now, we see that going up because of population this year, but if houses don't sell, it may not. If people get in dire straits and can't pay the fee, it may not. So again, we just need to be watching it and making sure that of where these stand.
Hey, Alan, can I interrupt you really fast?
Yeah.
How often are we doing a study? I don't even want to say this very loud about the fee on the parks, but are we really having a big gap between what it's covering and what, the fees $5 and how much is it really costing us? How often are we doing that analysis?
I look at it many times a month. Right now, the park fee is generating about $850,000 a year. Our parks are around $3 million. We're not coming close on the park fee to covering the cost of the park. In this budget here, our budget for parks is $3,629,000. Our budget for our revenue from the park fee is was 945,000. So we're right about 25%.
I guess it might be a great news article for our Herriman newsletter or something like that, just because I'm not saying that we increase it or anything like that, but I think it's so important for our public to be extremely aware that we get lots of requests for more parks, more this, more parks. Everyone needs to realize the expense of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's great. And we appreciate, that's good, but it doesn't cover the cost. I just think it would be advantageous to pump that information out again.
Okay, we'll make that a point. When this fee was done in 2004, the letter that was sent to residents did say that it was expected to cover all of the costs of the parks, and felt like the growing population of the city, the fee would grow quick enough to cover the parks. But when we add parks with every new neighborhood that comes in, it doesn't even come close to coming to that. So our last arrow on this one is miscellaneous revenue. And again, this is something we can't estimate very closely. So I do it very conservatively, and hopefully that we do more than that, but we need to make sure we're covered with that. Jonathan, would you go to the next one? I want to run through our departments really quickly and just give a highlight of what some of the things are happening and what are proposed in the budget and why you're seeing some of the changes. And for Steve's benefit, and probably as a reminder for all of you, as you go through this, one thing to keep in mind is that when you're doing government accounting, we don't account for assets and we don't account for liabilities. If you buy an asset, it's an expense in the year you buy it. If you borrow money, it's revenue to you in the year that you borrow it. Okay, so this gets a little confusing. So say you go out and buy a truck. That's an expense to you in the department. You then borrow the money to cover the cost of that truck. That money is revenue to you. Then, as you pay the payment back, the payment is an expense to you. It's an attempt to make sure that your budgets follow the way you actually receive and spend money. So you'll see some departments go up with the explanation that they're buying a new vehicle. Well, there will be an offsetting revenue for that in our debt, but it will show in the department as an increase in expenditures, and you'll see that in several of the departments as we go through them. So just keep that in mind. And also, when we do our financial statements at the end of the year, we budget them, we report them just the way we do the budget. But then right at the front of the financial statements, we do what's called the government-wide statements, where we take all of the assets that we've bought and all the liabilities, and we back them out of our fund statements and add them back in as assets and liabilities. So you see them more like a business would look. And so it's a little bit confusing, but just know that essentially any long-term debt is revenue. Any new long-term debt is revenue. Any new long-term assets, fixed assets, capital assets, whatever you want to call them, is an expenditure. And so you'll see that in some of these accounts as we go through them. Now, as you look at the legislative, really the main thing that happens here is that there is the pay raise and the benefits increases that were budgeted into this budget are the only major thing that's happening in this fund. Planning Commission, not much. We've reduced their travel and training a little bit. Our next one, legal, it's going up quite a bit. In that there's two things happening here. First of all, there's a proposal to hire an in-house attorney where we've had a contract attorney in the past. Those are there's about a $50,000 difference between now and then. The other is that we have moved strategic services from our new org chart into this fund or in this department. So you'll see an offsetting reduction in that over in administration where strategic services was before. HR, our main thing on HR this year is that they have budgeted to do a wage and salaries and benefits study to just see where we are in the market. That is a fairly large expense. Most of the increase is due to that study. Administration, as I mentioned, part of this with the new org chart moved into legal, so you see a difference there as well. Communications, essentially the same as what it's been, partly due to the most of the reduction in this department is because our assistant city manager over this area is now divided between all of the categories that she's over, so this reduced this department some. Courts, we're anticipating an increase in our prosecutor costs this year, and so that's the main difference in the courts, but it's mostly just normal changes. Recorder's office, we don't have anything major in there this year. Customer service, we've been short a part-time position in customer service for over a year now. They've been trying to get by with what they've got. So there is the part-time person that's actually been budgeted in this current year is now into next year. So that's the main change there. Finance, we had Shauna retired. We've replaced her at this point with a entry-level person. We were also budgeted this year for one more person at that level that we've not filled at this point. So it's continuing into next year, but it will continue. It will still reduce the amount of costs that we overall have in finance. Okay, Jonathan. Information systems, this is a challenge right now with our software licenses. We seem to be getting increases in software costs right and left. Our biggest one right now is CityWorks, which is our our process control software. We are in the process of replacing that right now. So we'll see an increase this year, but then a substantial decrease in the years after that. We've got to pay our implementation up front, but our cost of this particular software will drop from $60,000 a year to about $11,000 a year after this first implementation year. Economic development, our main thing here is the cost of an economic development director. There's about $216,000 or so of this cost that relates to that position. Facilities, they have proposed a new full-time facilities tech and a half-time facilities tech one, which would be more of a janitorial, keep things clean during the day kind of thing. again, these two positions, and they've also proposed a truck for their new facilities tech. So those are the main increases. The employees are two of them that are on hold till January. We've got a little bit of drop in fleet, mainly because they paid off some of the cost of vehicles they had this last year that won't carry into the next year. Streets is probably our biggest increase this year. We have increased the amount of money that's going towards our annual maintenance, or seals and crack seals and so forth. We've increased that. There's also part of 3 trucks that are being charged to this department, plus a $250,000 loader. Now the trucks and the loader will be financed, so some of this cost will be offset by our revenue that we'll get from the financing. Snow removal staying pretty status quo. Street signs. In the past, we've divided we use the same laborers to do streets, storm drain, and street signs. And now that storm drain has their own staff, now we're only dividing the cost of the salaries between these two departments. And by doing that, they now have enough people in these departments. They didn't need to increase any people, but they're carrying a greater percentage of that this year. Streetlights, they are proposing a new streetlight tech. Again, this one's on hold till January 1st. But they're also proposing a replacement bucket truck and a pickup truck for their new employees. So pretty good sized capital projects in this. Events, we don't have many changes here. Again, events, just like was mentioned earlier, is an area that we'll have to watch closely to see not only what our economy is doing, but also whether or not you can have gathering or anything. So events, the Arts Council, the next one, kind of fall under that same category. These are areas that took a lot of discussion, and Brett, who's normally so optimistic, has not been optimistic, and that's a little disconcerting, but Wendy's made up the difference for him. So, we're hoping for the best, but we're planning for the worst, and these will be 2 areas that we'll be keeping an eye on. Okay, Jonathan, would you give us the next one? Okay, now the cemetery is requesting a cemetery sexton this year. And the reason that would be a full-time position, but you're not seeing cemetery go up that high because Parks has really been carrying this load, and so we've been putting some of that cost there. But you've got cemetery that is asking for a sextant. Again, Parks is another one that's looking at replacement of. Let's see, they're looking at the replacement of 2 vehicles and participating in with other departments in replacement of 2 others. Then building services, we're mainly here looking at the major position in this is that we have a part-time employee that's been a part-time employee for us for several years that will be going full-time. They also have some other expenditures, but those are that's the main one that you'll see. Also, you'll see engineering going down in the new org chart that was approved and moved to a couple months ago. Blake was moved into a new role, and in his new role, his salary is being divided amongst a few of the other departments, but it reduced the engineering because we didn't hire an engineer to take his place, but we've moved him to where he's now over multiple departments, and so his salary is being divided now. Part of that is we'll see in GIS we've got managers divided into here, which is part of theirs. We're also looking at the aerial photography of the area that we typically do every 2 to 3 years, which is $25,000 in an annual year. We're also seeing some fairly large increases in our GIS. As I mentioned earlier, information technologies is covering the cost of the license for the ArcGIS, but GIS department is covering all of their training, and they did a major upgrade on their hardware this year so that they could manage that. Planning and development, we've got a little bit of this as it relates to managers being charged here that weren't before. We also have our code enforcement officer is planned to be moved to a planner mid-year. So this is projecting adding a new code enforcement officer halfway through the year. Police, they are projecting one new employee this year, which would be a detective. Now, this is one that is planned at this point to happen immediately. And so that's the biggest part of theirs. They are also looking at, I believe it's 7 new vehicles, a total of $432,000. The police department's on a rotation where we try to rotate out their vehicles every 3 years. So we're leasing them on 3 years and replacing them as they come up. So there's a $432,000 charge in this number for new vehicles plus a new officer. So you can see that they've gone down in other areas to do that. Now, animal services going down considerably this year, partly because we bought 2 new pickups last year and the things to go with them. So their cost is going down. There is one increase here of note. Back when we did the original budget for animal services, we budgeted for 2 full-time positions, and then we threw in to the budget $20,000 to pay to South Jordan help with cleaning and so forth and weekend costs of their shelter. We didn't end up using that $20,000 for that, and instead we've had a part-time employee that has been maintaining a temporary shelter here and saving us a lot of money there. So it's proposed in this budget that that part-time person now go full-time running this temporary shelter. As I mentioned earlier, emergency services has been a general fund account in the past. It's proposed with this budget that this fall under public safety beginning in July. You see a pretty significant increase in it because they are proposing a part-time person. So this person would not start till January, and then they would only be part-time after that. So there's a quarter of their salary would be in this year, but they're also proposing a new vehicle for this person. So that accounts for most of the increase. That gives you an overview of what we're looking at in the budget. It's as complex or as simple as you want to see. Do you have any questions for me that I can try and answer for you?
This is Clint.
Yes.
I don't have a question for you now, Alan. Just since Sherry and I had the chance to go through this, with you and the rest of the committee. I just simply wanted to make a comment here in that, again, the challenging time that we're under for you and the rest of staff to be able to, or to have to put this budget together. Just going back to when the budget process started at the end of the early part of this year to where we're at today, things have changed so dramatically, and to have to be able to come up with a budget in the middle of what we're dealing with and the uncertainty that comes along with it. I just want to say thank you to you and the rest of the staff that's been involved in the process, because it has been a huge undertaking. And I think, again, trying to come up with a budget that we're all comfortable with, taking into account, and as you already mentioned, the process that was gone through to really kind of look at this is normal and moving forward, but with protections built into it. That's a challenging thing to do, as we all now kind of have to sit and wait and see what the full effect of the COVID experience that we're all dealing with is on the budget. But I just simply want to say thank you to you and everybody else that's been involved, because I know it's been a challenge, but I think that you've done a very thorough job as always. And the fact, again, you mentioned that, Sherry and I and the rest of the committee got to go through this in detail just a week and a half or so ago. I think you've done an outstanding job to get us to this point, to have it to now review a little bit more in depth and be able to move through the budget process amid the challenges that are facing us. So thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I did want to mention too that because the League of Cities and Towns convention is not going to be held in 2 weeks, we will have an extra week where, if you want in the meetings, we can review any questions you want. We normally leave that out of our calendars because of that meeting, and so it appears we'll have an extra week. We can review it this year too.
I'm all in favor of taking that week off still.
I second that.
I'm so surprised, Jared.
So just for the public's awareness, just as part of the process in this, the council is receiving this tentative budget. We will review it, and then we will make our comments and work with staff to adjust it as we see appropriate. And then in May, it looks like we have it scheduled to be approved and then released to the public, so the public can hear it before it's the tentative budget to be approved. And then it will be available to the public, so the public can review and make comment before we approve the budget for the next year. So we're at the very beginning of this process, and we look forward to any comments that we might hear from residents or from our public in regards to this process. So, was there any other comments? Go ahead.
That's correct. We're in the early stages here, and this is a working document for the council, and we don't normally release it at this point because there may be things in there that you disagree with us, but we solve before you give it to the public and have to deal with it again. So this is kind of the working time. When you get happy with what you think you want, then the public gets their chance to look at it. Our second meeting in May will be a public hearing where everyone can voice their concerns or anything. We have to approve it no later, or we have to adopt it as our official budget no later than June 20th. And June 8th is our last regular meeting before that date. So we've got it scheduled for adoption on June 8th.
June
Public
8th
hearing
or
will
June
be
10th?
June, whatever the Wednesday is. I'm doing this entire thing is from memory. So it'll be the regular meeting in June will be when we adopt it. But we do need, the council should approve it no later than the first meeting in May so that the residents have at least 2 weeks to be able to look at it and see if they have any concerns. So that's our schedule going forward. Like I say, we will have a printed copy for you when we get a little further into it. Partially, it's very logistically hard right now to do a printed copy and get it distributed and everything that we need to do. But that is our plan, is to get you a paper copy as quickly as we feel comfortable with where we're at with it, and then you'll have that as well as your electronic copy.
Any further comments or questions by the council at this time?
Just good job.
Okay. We will move on from that item now. We'll move on to item 2.5, overview of the proposed Mountain Ridge development. Bren.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
All right. Since we don't have a lot of time, maybe just to go through this quickly is really just to see if you guys have any questions or if you guys want to talk at all about, we had some meetings last week with the Community Development Committee and went over some items. So I don't know if Steve or Jared wants to talk about that. If you want me just to run through this really fast, my PowerPoint is basically the same as the last meeting, with just a couple modifications. So it's really up to you if you guys have any questions about any of these applications.
This is Clint. I'll just ask again, really, to Steve and Jared to just highlight, I guess, any changes from the last time that we saw or discussed this heading into, tonight for potential decision. Just to highlight any changes. If there hasn't been very much, then I think, obviously it remains pretty much intact as we've seen it previously. But do any of you have a comment on it?
I might just say that there were a few things that were shown in that community development meeting that were discussed before, but they really were kind of presented for the first time, that Jared and I actually got to see it on paper and have a discussion about it in the committee meeting last week. Largely, there's just, it's essentially the same as what we've seen before, with the difference being the 14 acres that the Planning Commission had recommended for commercial. The developer's proposing that it not be developed commercial, that it be a mix of a 5.5 acre park / arts facility or something along that line. And then the remainder of the property being developed as some townhouses with some additional units. We did have some questions about the math that was being used. I think there's some, debate about that to be had one way or the other, but bottom line is that the developer is proposing that in lieu of the 5.5 acres of land being deeded to the city, they would require a 625 unit volume, I guess, to be able to create the revenue to offset that donation. And then the fallout from eliminating the commercial and that's impact on everybody's deliberations. And the only other thing that remained as a big question is the way that I could see it is that the 20% open space is including the 5-acre park that is now proposed on the corner of 138th and Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. If that was to be developed as, for example, an arts facility or something like that, would the rest of the project still be in compliance with the 20% requisite? And if not, what kind of an issue does that leave for us, and are we satisfied with that? So we need to have a discussion about that.
Steve, this is Jared, on that point, if I may, looking at the two plans, they simply have moved that park from further south in the project to that corner. So it was stated that it was extra compared to the plan prior, but it doesn't look like it.
I have some questions about it, Jared. I got to tell you, I'm not 100% sure how that's being calculated, but the document that I saw, and I'll have to look up the exact page, but it suggests that I think in our packet, it's like page 341. It's the amenities network outline in the presentation. It includes the 5 acres in the 20.9 acre total, and that 20.9 acres is the 20%. So, or just over 20%.
So that's correct. So that park is part of their 20% open space. But I would just point out that if it is developed as any kind of public facility, whether it's an arts facility or it was a city rec center or anything like that, it would still count towards their open space requirement. So as long as it's still some kind of public facility, regardless of whether it's a park or some kind of cultural place, it would still meet that same requirement.
So we're not calling this open space, we're just calling it public amenity instead of public open space?
Right now, I think the plan would be for it to be, it can be whatever you want it to be. They're willing to basically dedicate it as a park or open space. If we want to, hold it for a couple of years in order to allow some kind of arts facility to be there, we can do that. Or if we want to just develop it as a park, we could do that too. So it'd really be up to the city.
I think most of what I have from our conversations is it's best to have most of this discussion in the public meeting, and we can use the work meeting for what's left on the agenda. I think as far as what's being presented, to answer Clint's question, it looks like to me what's being presented is the same thing that was presented at the last meeting. The summary I provided from the committee meeting, I had Steve look through that as well and added some wording from him. Those are basically the clarifications that we asked for, the questions we asked. As far as what's being presented here, I don't see any changes.
Yeah, I think it's essentially the same as what was presented a couple weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Does anybody have questions or clarification on the Rosecrest or any of the NDAs or anything else?
One note that I had was I noticed that in the 28 acres that are being deeded of the Rosecrest MDA, it looks like that they would be eliminating 231 units. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I just think that in lieu of some of the other discussions that we've had, I think that's an important precedent for us to make note of there.
Yep, I noted that one too, Steve.
The only other notes I had was I did really like the fact that there is an expiration on their vesting that says after a certain number of years they have to start complying with whatever the new ordinances and requirements are. So I appreciate that. That's a part of the MDA. I really like that verbiage in there. But I did notice that there wasn't any verbiage that I could see in reference to the SLR, we'll call it commitment to improve the corner on 134th as part of this arrangement. I couldn't find any language regarding that.
I didn't see that either. Interesting thing about the complying with new ordinances is this MDA actually expires at the same time they would have to comply with any new ordinances. So it's kind of a moot point.
Even still, I just appreciated that it has a shorter time window than some of our previous MDAs we've seen.
Sure.
So Steve, you're right. There is no language in this right now that talks about that corner on 134. We had talked about doing that in a separate agreement and not as part of this MDA. But we have not yet seen that agreement.
Okay. And I guess I'm okay with it not being in the necessarily the exact same agreement, but I think it would need to be done simultaneous with an approval on this. So
Totally agree.
Well, and just along that point that Brent just mentioned, again, separate property owners, for sake of discussion here. So again, I was going to say, I think it would be hard to have it in the MDA, but to your point of having an agreement in place simultaneously, definitely agree with that point.
Can I just throw a little wrench in here too? I haven't had a chance to talk to you all about this, but just with the garbage district, with the mess that we're having it with some of the developments here in Herriman, trying to get our Wooford out of collection there and putting private haulers in there. Typically HOAs obviously would be private haulers, but we had discussed that it would be really nice if cities would make sure that when we're doing these types of developments, that rather than having garbage trucks drive down really narrow roads and running over people or backing out of these places, that we require these HOAs to, rather than having garbage trucks pick up on the road, that they have to have front end loader spots so that the garbage trucks are not driving down these narrow, skinny roads to pick up garbage, just so that we increase the safety for our residents. I don't know if that's something we could even incorporate into this MDA. It's not currently an ordinance here, but it would certainly be beneficial for the safety of the residents if we are going to do these narrow streets to put something like that in the MDA that would require that.
Sherry, this is Clint. Are you talking more of just a central collection point, throughout these rather than individual cans? Is that kind of what you're talking about there?
That's correct. Apparently what's happening is a lot of these garbage trucks will have to drive down there. They'll either have to put all the cans on one side of the road and it creates visibility, huge safety problems for the driver, or there are some roads the garbage truck has to drive down and back out of. So again, you can understand the real safety risk that is there for the residents. And so if we could exactly, instead of having each of them have their own can, there would be central locations for them to pick up their trash.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, obviously it's something to consider. Obviously looking forward, maybe like you mentioned, difficult to do without any type of an ordinance in place to be able to enforce that, but certainly worth a discussion to have for the safety component of it.
Yeah, I agree. You brought that up before a couple weeks ago as an issue as well. So I'm thanks for bringing that back up again. I think it's worth having discussion about and seeing what options might be available to us.
I love that idea, not just for this project, but for any project where the road widths are less than city standard. Most of these PUDs end up with really narrow roads because they're quote private.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it's caused real problems with garbage pickup and things like that. So I just you know, obviously a lot of this is going to be private haulers because it's an HOA, but regardless, if it's a private hauler, if it's Wilfred, it endangers our residents. And so I think it's important for us to look into that.
Yeah, like you just mentioned, Sherry, with it being an HOA controlled aspect of it, I would think that certainly we could have those discussions and find a way to put those safety practices in place moving forward.
In the interest of time, I'm just going to ask this last question I have. Brand, maybe you can see this. In the Creek Ridge MDA proposed change, it shows an original plan totals, and then it shows, the Exhibit C totals.
Mm-hmm.
They both show the exact same numbers in each one of the sections.
Yes.
You see, it's like same area A, same area B, same area C. It just shows a different total residential units at the bottom. How is that? I'm not sure I understand why those both have the same numbers.
Their proposal is just to remove the 270 from the total and not from any specific area. So that is still their proposal.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Another weird question on the MDA for the Mountain Ridge is the language says, I can't remember the exact number, 626, I think, no more or no less. What happened if they got building and they decided one section of townhomes wasn't necessary or something like that? Does it have to say no more and no less? Or can it just say no more? Dan.
Yeah, we could look at that.
You can go ahead and amend that from the dais if you want.
Okay, I just didn't know if everybody'd be agreeable to, I don't know that we have to put a less on there. I just think the restriction on the no more.
I agree with you, Sherry. It's a great catch.
Yep, agreed.
And the point I was just going to, for clarification, ask on the slide that's up before us right now, again, to your question, Steve, is that shows the max number of units that could be built in each area, but recognizing that if they reach the max in one of those areas, according to the chart, those other units then would have to be reduced from the remaining areas to only add up to the 1720. Is that correct, Bren?
Right. So if they removed 100 from area B and then 170 from area A, so as long as the total came down to the 1720, and obviously area, whichever one it is, C has already been built, right? So it would be coming from B or A.
Has anyone had any further thoughts or noodled out how they would maybe propose that be reduced?
They won't propose that be reduced any other way, I think, than just from the total. I will tell you that area B, the area that's left in area B, has about 400 units left. So I think we would want to see at least probably half those units come from area B. So maybe half and half, but again, that's not something they've agreed to.
We've had several discussions about this.
If you make those changes, amend it from the dais.
Well, and a follow-up question here then. So in area C that's already been built out, I guess the question I have is how many units were proposed for area C versus how many did they actually build? Because again, I think that's something that we wouldn't want anything to really be allowed to come from area C at this point, because they've already demonstrated they can't use those units. So we would want to effectively say you have to take those other units from the area that you effectively could still use them. Does that make sense?
Yes, correct.
That was exactly my point, yeah.
So what they have left, so again, since area B is kind of part north and part south of this road, what is left in this northern section of area B is 404. And that is not, well, because this is all one area, there was 510 there, I think. Yikes. 520. And so what they have left is 404 from what they've built. So in that area, it would be hard to say. I agree. They couldn't take any that were left over from Area C, but Area B is a shared area there. So
right. So
I think the question is, Area C said 117. Have they already built 117, or did they build something less than that?
They built a few less than that.
Right. So whatever that number is, we need to call it out in this document. That's the number for C.
And yeah, we don't want to give credit for them to eliminate 3 if they've already eliminated those. Yeah.
Yeah. If they're below the 117 in Area C, any of those units left over can't be counted towards the 270. Would be my point.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, the conversations we've had about whether we should stipulate where they come from have been, should we require them to come from Area A and reduce the apartments? Or should we do it from Area B and spread those homes out, or the townhomes in Area A? So just as a refresher, the area that's dotted in gray are the 2 apartment complexes, maximum of 300 units each. The area south of that line between the dotted line and the creek is attached housing, so townhomes, condos, and then the remaining Area B is single family. So as weighed out the options before, I guess my comments in the last meeting were, through these conversations, I think it's best, as Bryn said, to maybe split it up a little bit. It's appealing to just require that they all come from Area A, and we maybe even reduce one of those apartment complexes, but then we end up with a sea of townhomes in the remaining area of A, right? If we split it up and maybe require 150 come from the apartment areas outlined, and the remaining 120 be split between the southern portion of A and Area B, then that more evenly spreads it out and probably results in a better overall product.
For what it's worth, Jared, that was where my thoughts were going. We had kind of hinted at that a little bit. I think that splitting those up might be a good way to do that. I think that I think the developer has articulated they're amenable to divvying that up as well. So, if we were to go something like that, I think it would be. I'm in support of that. If we wanted to do something like that, I like that proposal.
And just so you know, Area C, they built 104.
Out of 110, is that what you said?
It was 117. Let me go back.
Yeah,
117.
Okay, 13. Yeah, I like the idea of splitting it too. I think that you're exactly right. I think we just see a sea of townhomes if we don't.
I like that 150, 120 number, Bryn.
Yeah.
Based on what you guys were recommending, is that fit within what you guys were thinking as well?
Yeah, that's almost exactly what I was thinking, was the 150, 120. Like I said, I think it would be a big impact to Area B, because otherwise those are going to be incredibly small.
I know that was real basic math, but kind of my thinking in those numbers was, if 150 comes from the apartments and we change that from 2, with each one being a maximum of 300, to being 2 with a total of 450, and I don't know if you want to stipulate one's 200. I don't know if we want to get into the weeds there, but we go from 600 apartments to 450, so we help reduce that pressure. And then the area south of the apartments between that dotted line and the creek, we can reduce the number of townhomes that are pressed in there by, however, 60, I guess is what it works out to be. And then Area B, where those are small single family lots, removing 60 units would really help spread that out a bit.
I like it, Jared. I support it. I think if there's no objections, I think we would just make that a part of our stipulations tonight.
I'm open to any other suggestions with better reasoning because I'm just doing round numbers.
All right. Sounds like we are
I
in
don't know if you guys
agreement.
have anything else, but my notes as far as kind of the main element, there were kind of four main things from the summer email Steve and I put out. One was the number of units from the Planning Commission's recommendation to the current one. And so Steve, correct me if I'm wrong in this, but the Planning Commission's base amount was 546 units, excluding that area that potentially could go commercial. We wanted to have wording that would allow us to pursue that. And if it didn't, then they would receive an additional number of units in that area. In my notes, my recollection was that the maximum the Planning Commission wanted to allow was around 50, so we were under 600 units. But the proposing here is 625. In our conversation with the developer, he pretty simply stated that that's the number that they need to do what they need to do. As Steve mentioned, there was kind of a lot of back and forth on how the numbers arrived to, but the end result was they've determined that's the number they need to do all of this. The second main item was limiting the number of units in Riverton. The developer also stated they're pretty firm on 7.5. The third was the open space for the Arts Council facility. And looking at the two, it was stated that this is an extra give to the city, that this is going to be extra open space. And then also wanted to put in that this would be specifically for an Arts Council facility. So the 2 points together, looking at the prior plan, the prior proposal, I don't see that this is extra. They've just moved the park from further south in the plan to this location. And then second, the Arts Council, we had talked about, we talked about a few different scenarios. I'm hesitant to say that it has to be for an Arts Council building. We haven't done any proper work or study to make sure that that's the right location, et cetera. The point was made, I believe Steve made the point that by calling something out, it helps them in their fundraising efforts to say that there is something potentially dedicated to them. So we were looking more for language that would be more generic where it could be there. Hopefully, we give them language they need for fundraising efforts, but doesn't lock us into putting it there. We could put it in other open space locations that might make more sense.
Yeah, well said.
The third point on the open space and I apologize, I don't know which page it's on in my notes here, but it stated that an extra give to the city is that Edge will pay for the improvement costs of the 9.6 acre park, and that the improvement costs would not be reimbursable. Is that still correct, Bryn? Am I reading everything correctly?
Yes, that's correct. They will give the land and the landscaping, the sod, the sprinklers on the large park.
But not in buildings or restrooms or other stuff, right?
Correct. Those would be paid for with impact fees.
Got it.
Revenue sources.
And the park serves another purpose other than being a park. It's not just a park, it's required retention.
It actually says in the development agreement that the majority is needed for detention. So maybe it's a question for Wendy is how much of that will be actually usable for ball fields, et cetera. That's what we're wanting there.
My understanding is that the detention basins are going to be relatively flat. Blake, maybe you or Jonathan can confirm that.
Yes, the pond will be able to be sloped in, and so it'll allow for a very large area that's very usable. Your slopes will be just around the edges.
And that's like 100-year storm detention, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it has to be for the 100-year. The key point on that is the outlet rate. And so we've talked about that several times. The outlet rate is 0.02 CFS per acre, so it's 1/10 of what is normally allowed because of the restrictions in Rose Creek. So it actually ends up being a larger pond for the contributing area than most developments that we see.
So I guess my point I'm trying to make on that is that we're allowing this open space thinking that everybody's going to get a great part, but please don't forget, it reminds me a lot of the Blackridge issue. This is also a retention basin, so it's not just, oh, here's an open space with lots of grass and stuff. There could be water sitting in this.
That's my question along those lines, Blake. The closest thing I can think of is Storm Mountain Park in, I don't know if it's Sandy or Draper. Are you familiar with that park, that detention?
I think I know where it's at, yeah.
We practice soccer there on the other side of town. It's a detention. It's a ball field. They've got baseball and extra fields. It's when there's a really heavy rain, that I wouldn't say 100-year, but an unusual amount of rain, then that fills up to where it's not usable. Otherwise, 99% of the good season, it's open to be usable. So as long as the engineering checks out, I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that everybody was aware of that fact, and second, that's what's been represented is that Edge has stated. I just want to make sure that it's in the documents properly that they're going to pay for the improvements up front, and those improvements are not reimbursable. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that's an extra give. The other thing I noticed is there was something made of the cost of that to improve it, roughly $1 million or so. The extra units that are included, if you use a $30,000 profit margin on each one, is about that same cost. So we are giving up more units. We would be getting a little bit more back from them. But just want to point that out. The reasoning used that they wanted to do that was they see this as an entrance to the city, an entrance to this overall area, et cetera. And with the matching Riverton side, that would be aesthetically pleasing, which I think we'd probably agree with. And then the fourth major point was the commercial. And I think that's why, even if it's a separate agreement, which I think legally would probably have to be, would need to be done simultaneously as we're doing all these others, because it's being held out that's what we would be getting instead of pursuing commercial here. That's the give. So I do think it's important that that's done simultaneously. That's all I've got in my notes for you.
Just a question about procedure. At 7:45, do we need to formally adjourn from a work meeting into a general meeting?
So that was going to be my question to the council, what they would like to do. It's my understanding that we can continue this meeting as long, we just can't start a meeting early. But if we delay the meeting, we can finish what we're doing here. But I would assume we'd want to go straight into our special committee development and renewal agency meeting before we go into the general meeting, correct? So if the council is done with that item, then I would accept a motion to temporarily adjourn our work meeting and go to move to our CDA meeting.
I'll move.
Second.
I have motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That appears to be unanimous. Okay, we will move into our Special Community Development and Renewal Agency of Herriman City agenda meeting. This meeting is being conducted electronically. First item of business is item 1.1, motion for review and outline a finalization process to approve the minutes of April 8th, 2020.
So moved. This is Clint.
So was that motion to be a motion to have the minutes of April 8th, 2020 be prepared and distributed to each member of the redevelopment agency board? The board will have 10 days to review the minutes and submit any changes to the secretary. If after 10 days there are no changes, the minutes will stand approved. If there are changes, the process will be followed until all changes are made and the board is in agreement.
That is affirmative.
Okay.
That is my motion.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. All right, discussion and action items. Item 2.1, discussion and consideration of a resolution approving the interlocal cooperative agreement between Herriman City and the Community Development and Renewal Agency of Herriman City regarding the Herriman Innovation District property tax.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. This is Heather. So we have the resolution on tonight for our meeting. It's the interlocal with the RDA and with Herriman City, as well as a participation agreement with Herriman Industrial. John, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Just some background here. We met in February and March of this year in work meetings with the council and with the RDA board to discuss this CDA, which is the Herriman Innovation District CDA. And it was also on back in December of 2019. We went through and changed some of the language in the participation agreement to reflect the word reimbursement rather than incentive. Can you go to the next slide, John? The Herriman Innovation District CRA was approved by the City Council and the RDA Board in June of 2019. It is a 15-year CRA, and as you can see here, what our values are, revenue, expenses, and the remaining increment for the project is $7.1 million. We had discussed in the last work meeting, we still have two entities that have not approved interlocals with the RDA on this project, and that's Salt Lake County and the Unified Fire Service Area. And the question was, you know, if for some reason those two did not get approved, would we have the funding for this participation agreement? And we would have about $3.3 million without those two entities' participation. So we would still be able to reimburse the costs for Herriman Industrial. Next slide, John. And the participation agreement, the highlights here is the reimbursable costs are up to about 1.28 million. And those are for Midas Creek storm drain improvements, Rocky Mountain Power mainline extension, the Dominion Energy mainline extension, 118th South improvements, and the 7080 West improvements. So just as with our current approved CDAs, those reimbursements would be subject to review by our engineering department as well as our finance department. And the reimbursement is limited to what we actually receive in the TIF. And that is all I have. If you guys have any questions of me.
All right. Is there any questions by the council or comment at this time? Okay. With that, hearing none, I will accept a motion to approve resolution number R2020-02, approving the interlocal cooperative agreement between Herriman City and the Community Development and Renewal Agency of Herriman City regarding the Herriman Innovation District property tax.
So moved.
This is Clint. I will second.
So we have a motion from Sherry and a second by Clint. Jared.
Hesitantly, yes.
Okay. Steve?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. Okay, we will move on to item 2.2, which I believe is what we were, as part of what we were talking about as well. Do you have anything further to add, Heather?
I do not.
Okay. If there's no further questions by the council, I would accept a motion to approve resolution number R 2020-03, approving the participation agreement with Herriman Industrial Number 1, located in Herriman Innovation District.
This is Clint.
This is Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
So moved.
And I will second.
Okay, I have a motion by Steve and a second by Clint. Sherry?
Yes.
Jared?
This one is the hesitant, yes.
Okay. Clint?
Yeah.
Who am I, Steve?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. Okay, I will accept a motion to adjourn the Community Development and Renewal Agency meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Sorry, motion to adjourn and move to our regular city council meeting.
I will second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. We will now move into our general meeting for the Herriman City Council.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask for a 15-minute recess, maybe 10-minute recess? I need to address the needs of my wife for a moment.
As long as there's no objection from the council, I don't see any problem with that. We would resume at 10 after 8.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. We'll begin at 10 after 8. Can you guys hear us now? Hello? Did we get muted? The rain in Spain falls on the plains. All right, stop, collaborate, and listen.
This morning.
Guess what I was doing
I
at
left.
6:30 this morning?
I heard this. What?
What were you doing at 6:30 this morning?
Swimming.
Reading your text message.
Guess what I was doing this morning at 6:30?
Texting me.
Well, I was glad I didn't send the text at 5:15 when I thought about it.
Hello? Is it you I'm looking for?
Sound check. Can everyone hear?
Would have been a good argument not to, but still right call.
Yeah.
What? I took tonight off.
Their vacation accrual rate.
I'll find out in 2 weeks. Got my now I will. Whole benefits, the whole shebang.
Right now, it's just without pay then.
Yeah. I'd normally only work Thursday, Friday, Saturday anyway, so I'll work Sunday night too.
Good. What?
You okay there, Jackie?
Also heard that one.
I don't care.
Better picture now.
How bad
City council members, if you can hear me, can you unmute your microphones so we can make sure this is working?
Sherry, Tammy.
I mean, I can just try to do it on my computer and then laugh while I'm talking to them. Can you hear us now? I need a fan in here. Small little desk fan. Hello? Oh. They're probably talking. We just can't hear them.
I'll dial back out and back in.
You press *1 to start broadcasting.
this webinar or WebEx, whatever we're using, which product, can you see watching?
I don't know. We spent $20 million on the building. 15 million. Go to webinar. $15 million on the building, right? How much do we spend on the building?
That's the whole building, it's not this piece.
I know.
What?
Well, if it wasn't for the
Shingle.
ratification of the.
I know exactly where she's at. Doesn't answer the text I sent her 2 hours ago either.
Jackie, if I remember correctly,
So
you
the
sent
audit,
everybody a copy
the
of this,
public
right?
can hear us, by the way. Hear
They
that?
shouldn't have to. They can hear.
Public can hear us.
It's our phone system that's being. Webinar can probably hear us, right? Everybody, wash your hands. Public service announcement from Herriman City. The in-room audio system that's not working. Nope, we can't hear anything.
Sherry at first and then webinar is working. It's the public.
I've been saying really terrible things.
Those phone. Won't show my name. See ya.
See ya. She just left. She was like, nope. Hello?
Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign. To enable audio controls, please enter muted.
Says that the meeting has now started.
Can you guys hear
all
us now?
that same thing?
Yes, I did, Sherry.
You're back. We're finally working.
I'm going to see if they would like us to maybe disconnect and then connect back in.
Can you not hear us?
Let me check.
Okay.
Are we muted? It looks like we're muted. Can you guys hear us?
Amy, did you say nobody can hear us?
Unmuted.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Check.
Can you hear us now?
Hear us in the room?
There we
The
go.
public can hear them. Oh, perfect. Yay!
Yeah, they can hear us now. Okay. All right, we apologize for that delay. Just to confirm that we have everybody here with us. Clint, Steve, Jared, and Sherry, are you all still on the line?
Clint's on.
Yes.
I haven't heard from Jared, though. Are you on, Jared?
We lost you guys again. Hold on.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from Jared either.
He just texted me and asked if we could hear him. I said no. He can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Can you hear us again now?
I show that he's muted. Is that?
I show he's muted too. We've got you, Mayor.
Can you hear us in the room right now?
Yes.
Okay, so we're connected for a moment, and then we disconnected again. It looks like we're connected one more time, so let's give this a shot. Just to verify again, sorry, members of the City Council are still online with us. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think we've got Jared still, though.
All right, so we have Steve, Sherry, and Clint, but we no longer have Jared. Is that correct?
Apparently, Jared texting Sherry. He can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Okay. Let's see if we can address that here real quick.
I think he's on his phone on that, if that makes a difference, Jonathan.
Jared, are you on mute by chance?
Do you want to hang up and try calling in again?
Okay. All right, looks like he disconnected, so we'll give him a second to reconnect. right, looks like he's connecting. Just a moment. Jared, can you hear us at this point? Is he still on mute? Okay.
Do you show him listed on the attendees? I don't even show him listed on the attendees.
He can listen, he just can't speak.
Yeah, he's on the top.
Oh, I see. Can you match me?
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. There we go.
Right, well, I'm using the computer audio rather than the phone. I don't know what the issue was.
Okay. Well, glad to have you back. All right. It looks like we have all members of the council back. I apologize for the delay to the public as we work through the new processes we're using to comply with social distancing requests. So we will go ahead and begin our general meeting. Once again, this meeting is being conducted electronically with the chair here located at City Hall in the council chambers. We will begin with Pledge of Allegiance, which will be given to us by, or led by Jackie. Thank you.
Will the audience please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jackie. And I appreciate that we still, even in these unusual times, take the moment to recognize the wonderful country that we live in. We will go ahead and move on to item 4.2, which is City Council comments and recognitions. Do we have any comments or recognitions by the council? Okay. I will just quickly recognize our staff as I'm sure we will all take a moment later to recognize them for the efforts that they are going through in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate their efforts in making sure that our city continues to run and making sure that our residents are safe. And so I just like to continue to recognize and recognize them and express my appreciation for the efforts they're going through in this unique time. With that, we will move on to our public comment portion of the meeting. Public comments for this meeting will be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@herriman.org or by visiting herriman.org/agenda-and-minutes, where there will be a link to join the electric meeting to submit a written comment. Your statement will be read into the public record. It does look like we have already received a couple of comments. Our recorder, Jackie, will go ahead and read those off for the council for the permanent record.
Barry and Susie Babcock stated pertaining to the vacation of open space for the Herriman Cove Phase 3 trail. With the two other accesses in the neighborhood, vacation of this access would be fine. To relocate this access next to other property owners who bought their property already knowing where the access is would be unjust. A comment submitted by Natalie Platt says, she is currently watching the live meeting and is a resident of Herriman View Cove. I am pleased that it appears the council is planning to vacate the trail connection in this cul-de-sac. We are currently struggling with hikers and even hunters during hunting season, walking through our private properties to reach the trails, causing safety, uneasiness, and parking issues. Before the pandemic, I also submitted a concern regarding the crosswalk to the south of Fort Herriman Middle School between Schoolhouse Circle and Round Rock Drive, not only for the safety of my own middle schooler, but for the rest of the students. As of now, there are horse crossing signs facing both directions. However, I have noticed, especially in the morning, drivers appear to be going well over the posted 30 miles per hour speed limit and at times aren't aware of kids attempting to cross. The students seem to be using common sense, but another neighbor and I have witnessed a few close calls, and I worry about the students before and after school due to heavy traffic and parents parking very close to the crosswalk, making visibility difficult. Not to mention, in the winter and daylight savings times, it's very dark in the morning hours. I am wondering if something like flashing pedestrian signs could replace the horse crossing signs so as to help make drivers more aware. Thank you for your time.
All right, we appreciate those comments. As I said, if you have additional comment for the council, we would ask that you submit those electronically to recorder@herriman.org or by going to the herriman.org website, clicking on the agenda and minutes link, and there will be a link at the top of that page to submit your written comment. All right, moving on to item 6, City Council Board and Committee reports.
I do. I know this is posted out, I believe, on our website, but just to publicly update the public for garbage for Woodford. We've received comments back from the public wanting to know if we can set up dumpsters and things like that, because currently the Jordan landfill closest to us is closed. But the Trans-Jordan is closed, but the Salt Lake Valley landfill continues to be open. So if people have trash that they want to dump, they can go to the Salt Lake Valley landfill. Part of being a Herriman resident allows you to have a voucher from Wasatch Front Waste and Recycle. I believe it's a $10 off voucher to go towards your dumping. If you go to Trans-Jordan, they can look up your address on your ID and issue that voucher, but Salt Lake Valley landfill doesn't have that capability. So if you'd like a voucher to go to Salt Lake Valley, you can go on to the wasatchfrontwaste.org, and there is a form on there that you can get an online voucher for that. Tentatively, the Trans-Jordan landfill is tentatively scheduled to reopen to the general public on April 15th. Currently, I shouldn't say they're closed. They're only taking trash just from commercial haulers. So essential haulers is what it's rated at. So that is subject to change. The April 15th date is very tentative. So I don't know if they'll reopen then or if they will extend that. It'll, I'm sure, be based on the recommendations from the state and the county. They are also trying to figure out how do we go ahead and still have area cleanups. That's just an ongoing discussion. You can rent dumpsters from them. Their dumpster rental program is still available, so you can go online and rent a dumpster that would be brought directly to your home, and you can maybe share it with a neighbor if you wanted to do something like that. You can also get an extra garbage can. It's $51 a quarter, but they'll waive the delivery fee on that if you just need an extra trash can for the time being. But just trying to do everything they can to kind of come up with solutions and still keep our staff safe. We currently have 7 employees that are out on COVID-related type of issues, but no one has tested positive in our staff for COVID-19. It's more like childcare, and maybe somebody was sick, and so they have to do mandatory stay home kind of days. So we're not being dramatically impacted by that. So the garbage is still being picked up on schedule and things like that. But we just ask for the public to be patient with that. I know some people were upset that we wouldn't do the dumpster program, but there are a lot of people that break the rules on dumpsters. If trash gets laid on the side of the dumpster, overflowing, if mattresses, those types of things, and that means employees have to handle all that. And again, it increases the risk of them contracting the virus. So, obviously the council will have to have those types of discussions, but I know for the Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling, that was the decision that was made, was we didn't want to further expose employees and then not be able to pick up essential garbage from people's homes. So that's primarily the garbage district, and then also serve on the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District. That's where I was earlier today while I was late to the meeting, was for that. Well, I wasn't there. I was sitting in front of my computer, but on that meeting. We're just working through the budget process right now. We went through a really extensive rate analysis to understand cost of service, and there will be some adjustments to the wholesale rates. Actually, Herriman will get a very slight decrease, just because that's just being leveled out to make sure everybody is paying what it costs to serve their communities. And so we'll get a small downtick on our wholesale water rates, but again, that budget and the budgetary talks are available for the Jordan Valley Water District if you're interested in participating in any of those hearings. The public hearing for setting public rates will be May 13th at 6 p.m. So I am not sure exactly where that's going to be held or how that's going to be held. It's just kind of up in the air because of this pandemic, but there'll be more information that we pushed along on that. And that's mine.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other reports from the council, we will move on to item 7.1, which is a Unified Fire Annual Report. Dom Burchett is our fire chief, and will give that to us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for all your time for this. Like the Mayor said, my name is Dominic Burchett. I'd like to just briefly introduce myself and talk a little bit about where I came from before I deliver the report. I've been with UFA for about 20 years, and in that time I've served as a paramedic, a wildland crew boss, captain over fire training, a captain over our paid call program, and I was also the captain at Station 103 as the wildland duty officer. My current role is the Wildland Division Chief. I spent 3 to 4 years at Station 103, and the city really has changed a lot since then. So I'm excited to be serving you in this role, and I'm eager to learn what your current struggles are and how we can meet your needs as your fire department. I put together this presentation last week, and I'm new at this, so I really hope I meet your needs. I'm open to suggestions, and I solicit feedback for the future so I can actually deliver what it is that you're looking for. So this is the annual report, and Jonathan, I'm sorry, there's 48 slides that I'll be asking you to click through for me. So that might be a little tiresome for you, but I apologize ahead of time. Yeah, go ahead and hit on the statistics slide. So this is a snapshot of all UFA statistics for 2019. Kind of the most important is our total incidents. We had just over 28,000 total responses. So that means medical and fire combined. We also had 215 community events, over 1,000 station tours, 55 wildland deployments covering 5 different states, and we hired 25 new recruits. In that time, we also promoted 20 new people. So 1 assistant chief, 1 division chief, 1 battalion chief, 8 captains, and then a handful of specialists. Let's go ahead and click to the next slide. So this, I just wanted to capture, this is the fire engine that works out of Station 103 for you. It's kind of a unique engine. It's called a Type 1-3. This one has wildland capabilities as well as structured capabilities. So it's kind of a unique unit that we have assigned to Station 103 because of the high risk of wildland fires. Go ahead, next slide. So your yearly incident counts for Herriman specifically in 2019 were just over 1,100. So you can see from previous years, it's trending upward as population grows and traffic increases. So nothing crazy this year, 1,100, which is kind of in line with the previous growth. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the monthly incidents. So you can see in October, that was the highest number of calls that the stations have. That includes station 123 and station 103. So I don't know the reason for that. Maybe it was Halloween. Maybe a lot more kids were out running around. Maybe there was increased traffic. But there's a quick snapshot of the monthly breakdown. Next slide. This is one of the crews from Station 103 doing some fire training. That's Captain Rob Ayers, who I'll be able to introduce him later. Next slide. So as far as the fire calls in Herriman, they account for about only 20% of the overall calls. The majority of those were structure fires, followed by outside rubbish fires, down to vegetation fires, and then a vehicle fire was a one. Next slide. As far as medical calls, your number one in medical calls is traffic accidents, which is very common throughout, followed by falls, sick people, unconscious, and breathing problems. Next slide. So here's a little snapshot of how you compare to other cities as far as your call volume goes. You can see that Mill Creek and Taylorsville have almost 5,000 calls, and you guys are sitting at 1,200. Next slide. Here's the incident map. So this is where all the calls occurred, and all of these are in your packet, so you can look at them in more detail if you choose. But generally, what we see is an increase in the high density housing. Busy intersections is common to see an increase of calls. And then the next slide shows, you can go to next, is the heat map. So that kind of shows, again, the high density housing, big intersections. That's where the majority of the calls happen. The next slide is call type. So included in the packet is a legend of all those calls, so you can really see what type of calls were going on, whether it's a fire, EMS call, hazardous condition, or false calls or good intent. So those are all from the NFIRS reporting system. It's a national reporting system, and we're required to report our calls in that way. So that's how that slide's broken down. Next slide. This is how long it takes our apparatus, next slide. This is how long our apparatus take to get to calls in your area. It's about a 7-minute average is what we're looking at. So that's the 50th percentile as a 7-minute average to get anywhere in the city from those two stations. Next slide. So here's kind of what I want to focus mostly on is the amount of community outreach and programs that our stations have been involved in the city. They did 66 tours, 19 off-site visits and school talks. They provided EMT service and paramedic service to 13 high school football games and 25 Monarch games. There were 31 community events and 2 CERT classes were taught. Next slide. Here's your crews here, Station 103 and 123, on a fire that happened in Camp Williams last fall. Getting some good work done. This is what they love to do. And next slide. So I was present when Chief Carr got to present his annual report, and he was lucky enough to not have to do it over a computer screen, and he got to bring everybody in and have them talk independently. And I don't have that ability, so I put pictures of them up for you to see. Most of these guys you probably already know and know well, but I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of who they are. The first one there was Captain Widdowson. He's been at the station since 2011. Next one is Captain Ayers. He's been at 103 since around 2015. And Captain Lathan is the next one. He's the C platoon at 103. He's been there since 2014. And those three guys are your wildland duty officers. So they're the ones that go to wildland fires and take command and control of those fires. And they have the ability to order resources from surrounding agencies, including aircraft. So that's a really helpful tool to have in your city. The next one there is Captain Wilkin. He's at Station 123. Captain Alson is the next slide. He's also at B platoon at 123. And the third is potentially a new face for you, Captain Allred. He just took the bid on C platoon there. And I don't believe he started working yet, but if he has, I'll have him introduce himself as soon as he can. Next slide. Here's a picture of that Type 1-3 in a rare rainbow. I thought that was kind of a cool picture to highlight. The next slide. This is 2019 accomplishments from the UFA as a whole. That whole plan is included in the packet. It kind of breaks down our accomplishments that we've made in the strategic plan as far as best practices, capital replacement plan, culture and pride of ownership, professional development, stakeholder engagement, and employee investment. Really why I put this in there is just so you could know that UFA is committed to really getting everything in that strategic plan done and searching for best practices and the best way to move forward with our organization. Okay, next slide. So in Herriman specific, some of the accomplishments that we were able to get done. We did hours and hours of work in High Country 1 and High Country 2, as well as a bunch of mitigation work on Camp Williams as far as wildland risk goes. We did thousands of hours of training in wildland, swift water, ice rescue, and live fire training. So the next couple slides are just pictures of those guys training and preparing. The next one is ice rescue. That's on Black Ridge Reservoir. They conduct that training every single year with the department-wide, and it's a great place to have in our back door to get this kind of training done. They don't look like they're having fun, but I can guarantee they are. A couple of the accomplishments that we did in the community were Herriman Town Days, the Herriman Rodeo, Enduro Challenge, foam parties, and the Herriman Howl. With each of these events, it's really important to the crews to be included and to be out in the community, showing their face and highlighting the fire department. So here's a couple pictures of that. That's Captain Cutter. Next slide. This is Engine 911. That is really the pride of Herriman and pride of the fire department as a whole. It's a really cool public event tool that we use in parades and throughout other events in the city. This is the Herriman Rodeo. Next slide. This is Chief Pilgrim in the Herriman Rodeo, and apparently he got to race horses against Chief Carr, and I'm really hoping for that opportunity in the future.
Who won?
The next one is the Herriman Howl. That's another good event for the EMTs to be on standby and be out in the community doing what they love. And again, Engine 911 was hugely popular there. This was a foam party conducted, and I don't have all the details on this, but it was a huge event that was really successful. And the next slide is the Enduro Challenge, which again is another event we're happy to be there to provide EMS and fire service for. Next slide. So the Knights of Heroes is something that's really important to our stations at 103 and 123. Captain Ayers and Captain Widdowson received that award for some work they did on a wildland fire in 2018. And I've spoken with both of them, and it really does mean a lot that they're included in that type of award and recognition, and they love being part of it. The road crossing safety is something that Chief Pilgrim told me about. but apparently when school started in August, there was an increase in auto pedestrian accidents. So they reached out to Herriman PD and UDOT and really made some good positive changes for some of the crossing areas that were close to the schools. There was a decline in those auto pedestrian accidents, and I think that just goes to show how much we can get done working collaboratively with Herriman PD and the other players in the game. The other one that was a big success was the Stop the Bleed program. They worked with Jordan School District to get first aid kits and do some basic first aid training at all the schools. The Mascot Bowl was another thing that Captain Cutter took part of. And then the last one is fire prevention. Captain Dan DeVogue is the deputy fire marshal in Herriman, and he did a really good job and improved a record number of new building plans for Herriman. With the amount of growth and new construction going on, he was actively involved in a lot of that. Okay, that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Excuse me, this is Clint. I promised I'd go easy on you tonight, so just a couple of follow-up questions on a couple of your previous slides, and you don't need to go back to them. But if you would, two questions I have for you. First one being, when you talk about response times within the community, you obviously on your map and you had all of the spots or the calls that took place in Herriman. How does Station 121 or does Station 121, obviously that sits within Riverton, basically factor into response times, if you want to just can address that a little bit. And then on your graph, as far as response time in the 50th percentile, talk about really what the target goal for UFA is, so that we have obviously a better measuring stick of how currently we're stacking up to that response time or goal from UFA. And then if we're outside of that, maybe what UFA is currently doing to, try and improve those.
Okay. Yeah, so as far as Riverton's concerned, in the packet there's included, it's called the incoming engine truck response. So Station 121 came into Herriman 149 times out of the total unit response. So that is factored into the response time, and that's why we shoot for a 50th percentile of 7 minutes. So if those rare instances where 121 is responding into Herriman or other units are responding into Herriman, they're included in the graph as well, but we're really shooting for 50 percentile in the 7 minute range, and Herriman is right on target with that. The biggest thing that we've done to improve that response time is on fire calls when they have to get their turnouts on. We've reduced our turnout time overall as an organization. Medical calls are very easy to just jump in the rig and go, and those response times are always under or within that 7 minute time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, any further questions by the council? All right, seeing none, we'd like to thank you, Chief, for putting that together for us and making sure that we have that information available to us as we work with Unified Fire to provide those services to our community.
Thank you again for your time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to end, Mayor, just saying again, thank you for your time. And if you have any additional needs or any feedback for me moving forward in the future, I'm happy to adjust.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll move on to our consent agenda. I will accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Sherry and a second from Clint. Steve?
Yes.
Jared,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I will vote yes. That motion passes. Item 9.1, discussion and consideration of an ordinance approving the master development agreement, approving an amendment to the master development agreement for the Rosecrest development. It looks like we're probably going to talk about quite a few things all together, but we'll start with this one. Bryn McDonald, our assistant city planner.
All right. So as you said, we're going to have several items. We've got 6 of them on here in a row. I'll just go through them one at a time, and then obviously feel free to ask any questions as I'm going through this. This is basically the same PowerPoint you saw last week. Not much new information, so we'll just go through it again. And again, feel free to ask questions. So the first item is the amendment to the Rosecrest Development Agreement. This is the current Rosecrest Master Plan. And the pod that we are talking about removing is this pod on the north side here that is proposed to be part of the Mountain Ridge development. The amendment is very straightforward. It just removes the property from the development agreement. Again, this is the legally described area. And then this is their revised master plan. So you can see that they've, this pod, the 6D, has allocated 231 units to it, which when we remove this property, they will be removing those 231 units from their total. And again, it's this area here. Any questions on the Rosecrest amendment? Okay. The Creek Ridge Development Agreement is next. This is the amendment to remove 270 units from the overall number of units in Creek Ridge. Again, this is their current plan. And the proposed plan is exactly the same. It's just the reduction in the number of total units. Again, this is the actual text that just reduces the number to the 1720. Just to point out, this is the area on the south side is the area that has already been built. So the units being reduced would be coming from the north side of Herriman Parkway in Area B, or in Area A.
So was that something that we would need to specifically call out in a motion if we decided to act on that item? Is where we want that to come from? Okay.
Yep. As it is written right now, the development agreement is not specific. It just removes the 270. So if you wanted it to come from a specific area, you would need to state that in your motion.
Okay.
Any other questions on Creek Ridge? Not right now? Okay. So now we get into Mountain Ridge. This item is the general plan amendment for Mountain Ridge. The general plan amendment is just for the northern half of the property, does not include this southern piece. This is the process. It is a legislative decision. So they have to have an open house and then a planning commission public hearing, which they've done. And then the planning commission made a recommendation. The city council can now adopt it as proposed, amend it, or reject the application. This is the timeline that continues to grow. So again, the first application is the general plan. The existing general plan is commercial and low density. The proposal would be to change the designation to medium density residential on the entire property. The second application is the rezone, which would be to rezone this northern half from A1 to R210. And the third application is the PUD overlay zone. So again, your first decision would be on the general plan. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the general plan in kind of the shape that you see here, leaving out the northern portion for future commercial. Remember, the plan has changed since the Planning Commission saw it. There is no longer any commercial shown on the plan due to the changes with the school district. So this is the plan that the Planning Commission reviewed and approved, with leaving this portion out for future commercial. And then this is, of course, the revised plan that we are that you're looking at now. Any questions on the general plan? Oh, okay. The second item is the rezone. Again, on the same property, to rezone it to R210. Planning Commission had the same recommendation to rezone everything on this portion, leaving out that northern portion for future commercial. Then the third application is for the Plan Development Overlay Zone. The Plan Development Overlay Zone requires, again, neighborhood meetings. It also requires a site plan, open space, design guidelines, and some other information which we'll go through. The council can, again, approve this based on the Planning Commission's recommendations or make any changes they see necessary. The final site plans for each phase will come back to the Planning Commission for final approval. So this is the current site plan that has been submitted for the plan development. Again, at 625 units, single family and townhomes. There are no longer any condos as there were when they originally submitted. They are just over 20% open space based on this plan, and I will show you the open space numbers in just a little bit. You do have the entire set of design guidelines in your packet. I just have a couple of the pages here. There are setbacks, size requirements, parking requirements, architectural standards, roofs, windows, fencing requirements. There are also lotting plans in there. Different than some of our other development agreements, this one is actually being entered into with the builder. So they are willing to show us a little bit more detail than sometimes we get in other agreements. This shows you the street sizes, public streets and private streets, and some of the renderings that you've seen. Again, they are proposing the slip lanes down Sentinel Ridge and down a portion of 138. Again, allowing houses to front on Sentinel Ridge with that slip lane. Typical public street and a typical alley cross section.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Street, yeah.
How long are those driveways on the alley, off the alley? 21 feet?
Alley, I believe they're all 21 feet.
Does that meet our minimum? Well, these are going to be private roads. Okay. But
those are private roads.
But they will.
Yeah,
all,
they are.
But they will all have a driveway in addition to the garage, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. You can move on.
Yep. This is the open space that they are counting towards their 20%. As we talked about a little bit before, they are not counting everything here that they could potentially add. They are also not counting about 1.5 acres in Riverton that they will be giving an easement for the storm drain, because they're not allowed to count property outside of the city limits. If you add it up, they basically have shown here 20%. They're right at 20%. If they showed all of the other areas that they could add, they would be closer to 25% open space. This is again a plan you saw before that shows all of the sidewalks that will not have driveways on them. And then some of the sample elevations of the single family and the townhomes. Any questions on the site plan for the planned development overlay zone? Okay. So then the last item is the development agreement. This has had a few changes since you last saw it. Again, you've seen this draft a couple times, and then again, some changes after the discussions with the school district. The number of units, 625 there. The development agreement caps the density on the Riverton portion of the project at 7.5 units per acre. There is an impact fee reimbursement for the south half of 13800 South. The northern half is in Riverton, so obviously we're just paying for the southern half. This is the park. So this again talks about what we've talked about, which is they will dedicate the 9.6 acre park. They will pay for the cost of the sod and irrigation, and then any of the amenities would be paid for with impact fees. The 5 acre park would be paid for with impact fees for all the improvements, but not for the land value. So again, those are the parks there, and then the trail here and the easement through Riverton. This is a lot of words about the storm drain. Blake may be able to explain it better if you have specific questions about this. This has changed probably the most of any section since you last saw it, because as Blake went through it with his engineering mind, we just cleaned up this language a little bit, added some timing and some as far as when the will be built to make sure it made sense. This is the park strips that would be installed and maintained. Exceptions, like we've talked about, they are vested under the current laws except for future laws that they agree to, the development standards, any fees, and procedures. They have to comply with the current standards. Any amendments to the development agreement, anything changing infrastructure could just be approved by staff. Anything involving the design guidelines would have to go back to the Planning Commission for an approval. Anything above that, including density or change of use, would have to go back to the City Council as an amendment to the development agreement. So again, your next steps are you could approve it with changes, you could deny it, you could send it back to the Planning Commission, or you could continue it. And that's what I've got.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments by the council on any of these items?
I'm not sure how much of what we discussed in the work meeting we want to rehash in this part of the meeting. I'll just review kind of the highlights and a couple of things that I missed. From the last City Council meeting to this meeting, the Community Development Committee held a meeting and then a subsequent conference call with the developer. There were kind of 4 main questions or points of interest that we had that we wanted some clarification on. Number one was the units in comparison to what the Planning Commission had recommended for approval to the Council. The Planning Commission's unit count was 546 units plus some units in the commercial area, but it also included wording that allowed us to pursue commercial development in that area. And according to a couple of the planning commissioners, those units were a little bit higher to reward them for giving us time to pursue that option, and that total number was, at least in my notes and recollection of the math, that was less than 600. The developer has insisted that their number is 625. Whatever math we want to use, their number to make all of this work for them is 625, which is roughly 25 to 30 extra units compared to what the Planning Commission had approved. And the only thing that's changed is the orientation of the school property. The second point of interest was the cap on units in Riverton. There was talk of it being lower than 7.5, but the developer confirmed that they will not agree to anything less than 7.5. The third was open space. It was stated several times in a couple of meetings that the 5-acre park at its current location would be, quote, extra, but compared to the prior plan from the Planning Commission, it looks like it's just been moved from farther south in the project to that location. And we're at, as Bryn described, we're at 20% at the way that it's been arrived at. Second was that it was stated that Edge would put in the sod and sprinklers for the 9.6-acre park and not be reimbursed for that from park fees, but they would be reimbursed for other amenities. There was much made of the potential cost of that, which, according to my rough math, kind of equals the added potential profit margin from those extra 25, 30 units. And then the last thing was the wording that is currently in the MDA says that that 5-acre park would be reserved for the Arts Council building if they were able to raise the money. I think Councilman Shields and I are concerned about making that definite, as no study or any effort has gone into making sure that's the right location. We want to help them in their efforts to raise money, but we want to maybe have some flexibility on where that would be located, make sure it's the most appropriate location for the city. Then the fourth item was the commercial. The prior version we wanted wording that allows us to pursue commercial in this area. This removes it completely. What seems to be in what was mentioned was in consideration for the same property owner, SLR, agreeing to pay for improvements to the pad on 134th in Mountain View to prepare it for, and what was described, and hopefully I'm not missing anything, was basically pad preparation, grading, et cetera, leveling, to make it more marketable. In the work meeting, we discussed that really that's what's being proposed. It needs to be done simultaneously with all of these others, I think for obvious reasons. But I think the wording of that needs to call out exactly what improvements need to be done and a completion date, and what potentially happens if that's not completed by that date. So those were the four main things that I guess we've discussed in committee meetings between then and now. I list kind of another four kind of main things we talked about in the work meeting. The Rosecrest, number one is the Rosecrest MDA. Councilman Shields mentioned that it specifically says that what we're changing there is because land was sold to another property owner developer. Units will be removed from the Rosecrest count. Because of that, we've had discussions of another situation, and I think a few others before, where that's come up. I would just add at this point that these are the opportunities to adjust MDAs and maybe account for mistakes that were made in the past. And while I know that the developers would not agree to it, and I would not suggest it because I know they wouldn't agree to it, changing the wording that allows them to add the same average unit count for property acquired, we can leave that, but I think we should look at this one and others, whether it's Rosecrest, Wasatch, Creek Ridge, any that include that provision, that if they sell property, they should reduce the number of units proportionately as well. So just something to noodle on. 2 is the Creek Ridge MDA. I think in our discussion in the work meeting, we called out that number 1, Area C has been completely built out with 104 units. It needs to be spelled out that if they haven't used the full 117, those don't shift to the rest of the project. Those are lost, and I believe should are through the current MDA with the zoning conditions. But just in case, I think we need to make that firm in this adjustment. 2 is the 270 that are being moved from Creek Ridge to the Mountain Ridge area. It was suggested that we require 150 to come from the north part of Area A, the apartments, and the remainder to be split 60 units from the south part of Area A, south of the non-apartments, but still attached housing, and 60 from the remaining area of B. And then that would need to be reflected in the exhibit referenced as well. And then number 3 would be the SLR site, that there needs to be a separate agreement that calls out those components be done simultaneously with these. And then one of the big things that I missed in my notes that I didn't mention earlier was the stormwater on page 128 of the packet. And I apologize, I don't have the reference for the actual MDA. It states that the parties will enter into a reimbursement agreement for the cost to construct and install all storm drain line, specifically excluding the cost attributable to the easement referenced above. So just to make clear, this has always been sold. My understanding is that the whole reason for doing most of this in the first place, it was brought up, was that Edge was going to pay the cost of that stormwater line to the tune of close to $6 million, but this says they'll be reimbursed for most of it. That's all I got.
So I'll go. I'll echo, obviously the things that Jared has just brought up are concerning to me. And then I'm just going to continue to beat my same drum. The commercial, again, I'll reiterate that this body made the decision to change that on our master plan just 2 years ago, just in 2018, because we were convinced that it was imperative to preserve that. And I have yet, Alan did a great job of providing us with some financial information, but it is just really one portion of what that study showed us. I think it's interesting that we might think about considering this 5-acre chunk as a arts council building, but we wouldn't consider it as a potential job center for our residents. I just think it's short-sighted. I think we're giving away for a temporary solution for housing. I think we give away long-term opportunities for job growth, for commercial. There's other types of things that I think is very important to preserve in this area. And once houses are built there, it's done. We're not going to go back in and say, geez, now we need some job centers. Let's tear down all those townhomes right there and put some job centers in for our residents. I think it's a short-sighted approach by just dumping a bunch of homes in there when we made the decision, this body made the decision to preserve that for commercial. And I've said for a long time, present me with the good facts and good studies that show why now we should change that, just barely 2 years after we changed it before. Still have not seen any good studies, good factual evidence of why that should go away. And so I'm just opposed to allowing the potential for commercial, some sort of job center or something like that to go in there, just to be short-sighted and put homes in there. That's very troubling to me. Now, I've heard arguments about, well, we get a better value across the street on 134th on the corner that the same property owns. Still haven't seen any documentation. I've heard rumors, I've heard promises, no agreements that would lay out any reason why we should give up commercial on the east side for commercial on the west, because there is no guarantee that that gets done without some sort of written agreement that's signed off by the council, understood by the council, and demonstrates that it's a good trade. That's what I got.
This is Clint. I'm actually just curious before we get any further into comments. Does the applicant get an opportunity here to I guess address some of those concerns or present on this tonight as well? I'm just unsure of the format right now since we're doing this all electronically.
I'm going to look to staff to answer that question.
The applicant is here in the meeting, so if you'd like to let him speak, I'm sure he'd be happy to.
I was going to let the council make their comments first so that we can make sure that we get those things addressed, and then we can go over the applicant as well.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'd like to say I just wasn't sure what the format we were doing tonight. Again, typically, obviously, whenever we have items up for potential decision before the council, the applicant has an opportunity to address them. So wanted to make sure the format. So if we want to go through comments first and then allow the applicant to address them at that point, and then obviously further questions, I'm certainly good with that. A few of the of my thoughts on this. Obviously, this plan has changed some over time. We've been working on this potential plan and agreements for really a very long time, and it's clear that that we're never going to get to a point to where there's really good, a unanimous consensus across the board between the applicant, between members of the council, and even the residents of exactly what everyone thinks need to be included in this plan. So obviously our part has always been to be able to negotiate, to work together, to refine, revise, and come up with what is at least the best acceptable to all parties involved. So that being said, obviously one of the big issues that's been part of this discussion all along is the storm drainage along the Welby-Jacob Canal, obviously needing an outfall into Riverton City, where obviously we don't own that property, and have had challenges in being able to adequately address that without a very large expense to the city. And so as I approach all of this stuff that's up for consideration tonight, that's one of the big pieces that I continually come back to for me personally is, again, how do we accomplish one of the big challenges that we know that we have in the city? And again, we're never all going to be 100% on board with exactly what this should look like, but it's what is doable for everybody to accomplish things on both sides. We've heard some very large multi-million-dollar estimates of potential price tags to the city to accomplish what has to be a storm water outfall from this whole area. From purchasing the land ourselves through Riverton, which is going to be almost impossible for us to do, to going down 13800 South into Bluffdale in order to tie in at an alternate location. Again, I think that the best is, again, the plans that, or at least the concept that has been in place all along, to take that through the Riverton property over to the outfall where we need it to be, the Rose Creek outfall. Obviously, we have a plan in place that accomplishes that. And I think that overall, as we consider this plan, there has to be consideration of how the cost savings, again, ultimately to the city now, again, being smart and being financially responsible, ties back into a potential approval for development in this area. Jared brought up the point, that it calls out in the agreement for reimbursement for the actual construction of the line. And from the last discussion we had in the last council meeting, or excuse me, probably 2 council meetings ago, I do recall that the discussion at that time was that with the storm water impact fees, there would be a reimbursement for the actual line itself. It's all of the other ancillary things, the easement to allow us to construct that, the landscaping, all of those other components about it that again are costs that we would not bear, but we would pay for the construction of the line. So that was at least my recollection from the last time we talked about it. As we get into the discussion that centers around the commercial or preservation of commercial development in that area, I've been fairly vocal all along that I don't believe that this is a good area for potential commercial development. There was some of that in the previous plan that actually had that piece with the reconfiguration of the school property with some frontage right up on Mountain View that I at least was willing to look at a little more in depth, because again, you had the frontage along that major corridor there. With the plan that's in front of us tonight, removed from Mountain View corridor, again, I just don't think that it's really a viable location, especially with everything else that we have going on in the area, not only with what's happening on the Riverton side, but with what's happening down in the Wasatch development. And then, as been mentioned, the other piece that's in Herriman on the corner there of 134th and Bangerter. Again, a small, even if we're talking, 5 acres, I just don't think that it is a good location that's going to be a spot that's going to generate significant amounts of revenue for the city outside of, an office building or something like that, which again, to Sherry's point, certainly may be an area that creates some jobs, which we all need in this area to help reduce the traffic. But I think I think that sometimes there's a cross or a disconnect between job centers and actual sales. And those two, I think, just for me, again, personally, as we go back to some of the studies that have been done in the city, Sherry brought that up. We had the one study done, and you're right, we did preserve this a couple years ago. We've had a study that talks about the potential around right amount of commercial to be held for development in the city, and that particular study that showed that we were probably heavy on that. And again, where you have the school property that's already an owner there doesn't want to change the configuration of their property, which still preserves an opportunity, at least for the city, to potentially work with the school district in the future on their piece and the frontage along Mountain View corridor. I don't think that anything outside of the school's property makes sense to preserve at this point. And there is, again, some others, the additional park, or however you want to phrase it, that 5-acre park, the tie to a potential art center there. Again, I think that it's a nice thought. I think the language doesn't need to be as mentioned as such that it's something that doesn't tie fundraising to that specific site, because again, everyone mentioned that we don't know that that's the specific site. But I think the additional open space in this area is much needed. So that's kind of my thoughts right now before we get through everyone else's thoughts and then allow the applicant to address those. And I apologize. One last thought as we talked about the Creek Ridge Master Development Agreement and the grading piece. Sorry, 2 last thoughts. The Creek Ridge, I think that, I think that we can work out certainly how we want to call out the reduction, but I think it does need to be across the whole area and not one specific area. There's going to be a benefit across the whole area if we allow that to be dispersed really across it, and how we call that out specifically in the agreement. I think we can get through that. In terms of the agreement for the grading on 13400 South and Bangerter, in Mountain View there, obviously that's something that we've talked about. It's something that we know needs to happen to make that site more marketable. I think that the huge question for everybody involved, as we talked about budget earlier tonight, is really what development and that type of commercial growth looks like on the other side of the pandemic that we're dealing with. And I think that puts a lot of uncertainty in that whole discussion, not because we want it to, but because it just simply does, because of the current situation that we're facing. So I think that, yes, it's good to find some language and enter into an agreement, but I think that there's ways that we can even tie that back to make sure that those improvements are done. Again, I think that it doesn't matter who the owner is or the developer. I think there's some potential challenges moving forward of timing of that. And I think we have to be a little bit sensitive to that, because again, we don't know what the economy looks like post-pandemic and how soon that rebound will occur. So I just think that we have to at least make that part of the conversation tonight as we talk about it. And I think there's ways to tie it back even into this potential MDA agreement where, maybe we don't they can go ahead with engineering and that type of stuff, but we don't issue any building permits until the grading and those things is done over there. That gives some some workability and some time to again, to see what post-pandemic looks like. And I know that part of the discussion probably it relates to that side on 13400 South is the construction of that road from the city side to help make that site more marketable. So I think all of that has to be taken into consideration if we're going to tie it all back to this development and how we word that. So a lot of thoughts there, but that's where I'm at right now.
Steve, do you have any comments before we bring on the applicant?
Yeah, a couple comments. As it relates to item 9.1, the Rosecrest MDA modification, or sorry, the 9.2, the elimination of the 270 units from Creek Ridge. I think we need to specify, I like the idea of the 150 units out of Area A and the 120 units out of Area B to be reduced. I think that spells it out, unless there's some strong arguments or a strong recommendation somewhere else. I would suggest we kind of go with those numbers. Just going to speak real quick. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth in reference to the quote unquote viability of commercial. I can't speak to that. I'm not a business owner or a commercial developer, and I just don't have enough real tangible evidence to say one way or the other whether or not a corner inside of a residential neighborhood really has commercial / retail viability. And honestly, I don't know that that's the most relevant point. I think that our desire to preserve that area for commercial is at odds with what the landowner's desire for the property is. And we have I guess you'd say therein lies the rub. Our master planning that commercial does not necessarily mean that we are going to get commercial there. The owner of the land has explicitly stated that if it were to remain commercial, they would instead build churches and or schools there. They would not put businesses there. It would not be in alignment with their plans or their desires. And therefore, whether it's viable or not, I just don't think it's a realistic outcome. And therefore, I think our efforts to negotiate a set of additional concessions and or agreements that involve stormwater, green space, slip roads, 138th construction. I won't go through all of the other bells and whistles here, but I think there are some positive outcomes. The other thing I would say is that the neighborhood immediately to the south was largely involved and continually involved with the developer in discussing their concerns about this development, the density levels, the outline, the position of certain properties. The elimination of the condos was a direct result of some of those early neighborhood meetings. And I really feel that a great deal of consideration has been given to those neighborhood concerns, and that the neighborhood has generally expressed, although this isn't ideal, they feel like it is a satisfactory resolution of many of their concerns. One thing that I would like to point out, and that it is also in reference to our earlier discussion we had about the 9.6-acre regional park being a quote unquote 100-year event detention area. Part of the benefit of the construction of this water outflow along the canal out to the Rose Creek out there is that we will be able to reclaim many of the unusable detention ponds that are to the area of the south, the neighborhoods out there have really expressed how those are such a negative aspect of their community. Mud pit, mosquito breeding grounds, really just unsafe conditions for youth, many of those concerns. And so the ability to take the stormwater out of there doesn't mean that they will never have water there, but they will continue to be largely better utilized as additional green space, which is ideally what they should have been planned for originally. So I think there's an additional benefit of some more open green recreation space we gain. One thing I would like to say about the neighborhood park, the 5.5 acres on the corner of 138 there, there's been a lot of talk about whether or not it would be park or an arts council building. I would like to propose language for another possible use there that would be a reception/wedding center. I think that both serves a community need as well as a potential job/commercial revenue source for the city that could be a compromise between a couple of those ideas. I'm not saying that we should explicitly say that, but I think that in our description of what that property can or might be used for, that we don't exclude the opportunity for a commercial development that would be in the spirit of what the landowner has asked for, a community amenity of some sort. And I'm open to further discussion and deliberation about what that language might be. Final comment would be the corner of 134th and Mountain View is a key component that has been involved in the negotiations of this this project all along. And whether or not it is contained within the MDA or memorialized in the MDA associated here, I do think that we need to have something, an agreement in place that is done in conjunction with this. I don't want to put it off. I don't want to delay, further commitments on that. I think that is just a key component of this, and we need to get that resolved before we make a final decision one way or the other. Again, I'm open to further conversation and decisions and deliberation about these, but I guess those would be the points I have at this time.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. I will defer any comments if needed to after the presentation by the applicant. So if we could have staff at this point bring that individual online to make any comments they'd like to regarding this particular or these items. All right.
Good evening, this is Steve Maddox. Are you guys able to hear me?
We can hear you, Steve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm joined this evening by Steve Romney, President of SLR, Dan McKay, Vice President SLR, Brandon Watson, Edge Homes, Project Manager, and myself. We are socially distancing here, but wanted to be here if there are any additional questions. Contrary to tradition, I don't have a presentation tonight. I feel like we have viewed this from almost a year's scape and have modified the presentation that I made almost a month ago when it was announced that Rudy Gobert had contracted a virus that seemed very trivial at the time, has obviously changed our world. I expressed to 2 council members earlier in the week how grateful that Edge Homes is to Herriman City adjusting and adapting almost immediately to doing things electronically to allow some flow of commerce within the ranks, as Governor Herbert has asked us to do, and to allow us to continue to try to hold up an economy that is obviously in disarray currently. I wanted to address just 3 little items that are housekeeping items more so. Councilman Henderson had talked about green space. we have presented to you the minimal green space, meaning just a large volume of parks that we have that are consolidated open space. If we were to actually just take the spirit and the letter of the ordinance that the city would allow, we have about an additional 6 acres. So our total open space as a consolidation would be closer to 26 acres when we take into everything. One of the items that has been discussed from day one has been commercial. It has been an interesting month to reflect and read on everything that I possibly can. I have a friend that owns Vivint here locally in Utah, has a lot of commercial holdings, and how he has restructured. It's pretty apparent to a lot of the commercial professional office more than retail. I think retail is going to hit even harder, that our new job center may be the home. And that seems to be the focal point right now. If we can take people completely off the roads and have them work out of their homes, what does productivity in the United States look like? I, like Councilman Shields, don't have an answer to that, and I don't have a crystal ball for that. But I have gone back in and asked my architects to redesign our clubhouses that we are doing here to accommodate work center stations. Instead of having theaters, we will have conference rooms within the clubhouses to allow people to meet clients and to allow them to move outside of their home and have a very similar meeting like we're having right here in a professional setting. So I will have in our minds a product that is hopefully ahead of the trend of people being able to be productive, home-oriented businesses that will allow us to have a quality of life. I think the fact is that we've all somewhat enjoyed the fact that the streets are less crowded right now. And there is a tone that is a little bit slower and a little bit more comfortable. So I think we are moving to that as society. I think Councilman Wilson had addressed the grading with SLR and what we can do on a timeline. I've spoken with Dan McKay. We are willing to enter into some type of an agreement, meaning SLR, EDGE, and tie that to building permits. We absolutely want to get going on this immediately and would look towards John and their attorney drafting a document that would survive the test of time. We have spent the last several weeks coming up with a document that we believe applies triage to the storm drain that exists currently before the rainy season, where we will come in and build that system as part of our first phase through Riverton, which would be a complete pipe and encased system, and then we would work towards an open system in Herriman and complete that in phasing as we bring on our project on the Herriman portion in conjunction with each one of those phases. And that's why the language that you see in the MDA is very specific to timelines and budgets. So the item that has been discussed as well this evening on the 5.5 open space seems to have taken on a little bit of a life of its own. One of the requests that we have had from staff is that we deed through special warranty deed that land to the city. So I think what we as a development team would propose is that that decision as to the highest and best use of that ground will be left in the stewardship of the city. We would like to propose a sunset clause that would allow us to be able to go in and landscape it if there is not a conclusion as to the use of that property within 24 months of us beginning construction, and still not restrict the use of the ground, but have an edification for the project. That is the entryway to our community. That is the gateway. And we feel like aesthetically sets the tone for those entering into the city. So we would like to just work in conjunction at whatever level, but we would be willing to surrender our rights to ownership of the property. I want to thank the tireless efforts of staff and city council for the hundreds of, not thousands of hours that have been spent in the analytics on this project, the scrubbing of several renditions of the MDA, probably upward of 20 plats and renditions thereof. And one other thank you is to the neighboring community that has been involved from day one in the craftsmanship of what we've presented, the connectivity to the existing community, and just the stewardship of land. Last meeting that we had, we talked about the safety and the walkability of the community and the church location and several of the other items, all in direct correlation to the city residents having a big say in how this is going to feel and look and the livability of that. So thank you from everybody that's been involved on our end to your end of this process.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions by the council for the applicant?
I have one question. This is Steve Shields. In reference to the 5.5 acres being deeded to the city, are there any objectionable uses that you would have, or are you just saying the city can determine what the best use of that is?
Our desire, both SLR and EDGE, would be that it would be civic oriented and not of a detraction from the integrity of what we have wanted to preserve here going forward. So the thought of having a commercial tower there that was a call center or a gun range or some type of storage unit facility are not in harmony with what we are trying to promote and provide for the city and the residents. A reception center that had beautification that was in conjunction or ownership with Herriman City and not just sold to a private business would certainly be something that we would be fine with, Mr. Shields. But once again, we would just ask for the same consideration and benchmark that we have set as to what that corner end would eventually look like.
I think that we would need to specifically vet out the language of what that would look like as a condition of any approval, that we would really want to make sure that we have a firm agreement on what we would be comfortable with and not comfortable with there. I don't want that to be a sticking point. So I'd like to, if you have some proposed language we could see, that'd be great, or we can start having, John draft something on our side about that.
I think if I were being 100% transparent, the neighborhood has expressed to me they like it as proposed, meaning open space, green will be there in perpetuity. And to have asphalt or parking lots or anything else would be a detraction from what they have wanted. So I want to be super transparent that we are okay leaving it as green space, lawn, trees, and a couple of trails to walk on.
This is Jared. Maddox, I love the wording that you use, that by deeding it to the city, left in the stewardship of the city for the highest and I'll just add one word, highest and best civic use, right?
Thank you, Jared.
In our discussion in our committee meetings, you've been pretty consistent about that it needs to be for a civic use. So I guess I might start out by proposing that as a starting point, that the city use it for the highest and best civic use. And if anybody feels you need to be more specific from there, we can.
Thank you, Jared. That's well stated.
I agree. I had concerns, Steve, quite frankly, with like, I understand when you're saying like a reception center or something, but I don't believe the city should be in the business of taking over private industries, which would be reception centers and things like that. I just don't think that that's the role that city should play. That should be left to the private market. And so it would have to be something civic, like the art center or something of that nature.
I was just trying to think outside the box, Sherry. I know you have concerns about preserving some commercial. I was trying to find some type of a path forward that would allow the opportunity for some of that and still fit in with the spirit of something that would be a civic service.
No, I totally respect what you're saying and totally respect the proposal, but that would be my hesitation on that kind of thing. And I would just go back to the point I've tried to make all along is I just want to see something that makes me okay with giving up the commercial, like the agreement on the 134th. Here's an agreement. Here's why it makes sense to trade that off. This is more viable. This brings more value. Those kind of things, and it's just not. I've not seen it. You know, I've heard talk, and I understand what Steve Maddox is saying about this environment might change. Absolutely, it's changing, but we don't know how it's going to change. We just simply don't know. And so if we make the changes, assuming that more people will work from home and these types of things, and it doesn't go that way, then we shot ourselves in the foot and we don't have the opportunity to go the other way. That's why it concerns me greatly about not preserving certain things. But I agree we're in an uncertain market. We have been for some time, even before this COVID situation. The retail market has changed dramatically. A lot of people work from home. This might encourage more people to work from home. I don't disagree with that at all, but we just simply don't have any verifiable data or anything that would substantiate that.
Just one note here. Clint just messaged saying that he's been muted by the organizer and he cannot unmute.
Yeah, can we verify that Councilman Smith is able to speak? Clint, are you there?
Okay, now it just let me unmute.
All right, there you go.
Thank you.
I want my $20 back, Jonathan. You were supposed to keep him quiet.
More money.
Wise investment, probably.
Clint, do you have any comments?
With regards, I liked Jared's language, honestly, to the highest and best civic use. Again, I certainly respect and understand Steve's thoughts there. Sherry made the point, my concern would be, would that particular use of a reception center, even though we've had several look in the city, and I think we have some great locations in the city, that would be a great use. Again, my concern would be, does that really fall under the realm of civic use? It would need to be in the ownership of the city. Quite honestly, to Mr. Maddox's point, I can see that highest and best civic use may simply just be that it remain a 5-acre park as green open space. So that's my thoughts on that one.
All right. Any further comments, discussion by this council, by this body regarding these items?
Just one follow-up, quick point of clarification. Steve, you mentioned that you were comfortable with language being put into the master development agreement that would prevent any building permits issued until an agreement was reached on the corner of 134th with SLR for remediation and grading.
Yes, Steve, that's correct.
I think that's, obviously I mentioned that, even though Mr. Maddox, I think you called me Mr. Wilson. I'll let that slide.
I'm thinking about the volleyball out on the island right now. This is a very odd experience.
I'll let that slide just once. But again, for me, I think if it's something that you're amenable to, that we spell that out, as a condition of the potential approval, that allows you to get the project moving forward and allows us some time to obviously I can only suspect, and not trying to get off topic here, but I can only suspect obviously that the current owner of that property on 134th and Mountain View has probably some other commitments and things that they're engaged in right now, given the current state that we're in. And again, I want to be respectful to everybody that's faced with this and what they're trying to do to help assist or aid or alleviate the things that we're experiencing right now. But again, to allow the project to move forward potentially, on an approval tonight, to do that before any building permits are issued, to make sure that agreement or degrading, whatever that language is that we agree on, is completed. That's something that, again, I would be comfortable with.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay. If there is no further discussion, I'm willing to accept any motion on item 9.1.
Sorry, I'm trying to toggle screens here on my computer. So, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-10, approving an amendment to the amended and restated master development agreement for the Rosecrest Master Plan community that removed approximately 28.885 acres located at or near 14001 South Sentinel Ridge Boulevard from the amended and restated master development agreement.
I actually second that, but I would reserve an opportunity to make a comment.
I will make sure that we give you an opportunity after we take the vote. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. A motion by Clint and a second by Steve. Jared.
I have to vote no. I think it's dangerous to do it without SLR.
Thank you for the vote. If you'd like to make additional comment, we'll take that afterwards. Sherry.
No.
Was that a no?
That's a no.
Thank you. Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. We'll go ahead and start with Steve on additional comment.
I think there's definitely some work and consideration needs to be done before some final decisions on some of these other items. But I don't have any problem with the first part of 9.1, changing that, releasing the 231 units. I think that's a worthwhile action to take at this point. I don't see any reasons to hold it up. So that was the reason I voted yes on that.
Thank you. Any other comments that would like to be made at this time? All right, we will move on to the next item, which is 9.2.
I would make a motion that we continue items 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, and 9.6 until the next meeting, in conjunction with our established procedures and policies, that this is the first time we have seen a final presentation with a complete MDA and plat, and would like to allow just some additional time for final public comment before we take any final action on those items.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Before we move forward, is that something that we can do all at once? Okay, so I have a motion and a second on that item. We'll start with Sherry.
Can I make a comment?
No, unfortunately not. I need to take the vote at this point, and then I will happily, we can address it from there. Sherry.
Yes, I'd like to continue it.
Clint.
No.
Steve.
Yes.
Jared.
Yes.
I will vote no. That motion does pass. So all those items have been continued at this point. Are there members of the council that would like to make comment regarding their vote?
Yes, I'll make a comment. This is Clint. The reason for my no vote is I think that again we've been dealing with these potential items for months and months, and though there's still a few talking points, I think to a couple of these items that we could discuss, I think that we have had every opportunity as a council to have that discussion here, to make those adjustments or recommendations in a motion. I don't think that we needed to. We may have ended up maybe needing to continue one or two of the items, but again, I don't see that another couple of weeks, based on all of the work that's gone into this, all of the discussion that's been had, and the fact that we've seen this numerous times, and there's been no significant change from the last time we saw this, that we would need to put it off for another 2 weeks. I just don't think that the issues are that significant that we couldn't have worked through them and made some of those recommendations or conditions of approval in our motions tonight. So that's the reason for my no vote.
Thank you. Any other comments by the council on their votes? Okay, I would just comment on my vote that as we look at items, it is my opinion that we should make changes to all of those at one time. And since we started making changes in this, I think it does a disservice to the applicant to only approve parts and pieces and not the entire thing at one time. So that is why I voted no, because I would like to see us take action on these items at this point. With that being said, those items have that did pass, and so these items have been continued to a future meeting. With that brings us to the end of the agenda for our general meeting. Our next meeting will be on April 16th. Will be a planning commission meeting at 7 p.m. April 22nd will be the city council work meeting at 5 p.m. and the general meeting. Currently, those are both scheduled to be electronic meetings unless something changes with our current state, but that is where we are at this point. If there's no further, it appears there are no further items, so I'll accept the motion to adjourn and go back into our work meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned from our general meeting. We will pick up where we left off, which is the last item on our work meeting, which was the state of the city. And we will turn the time over to our city manager, Brett Wood, in regards to that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've been waiting all night to get this part done. Just want to let the council know a few more updates. Some of you received an email yesterday from Tammy about the updates we're dealing with COVID-19 and all the different changes that are happening nationally, CDC and the state and Salt Lake County. We feel very confident at this time. We're making still steps in a timely manner to protect our employees and protect our residents from getting contaminated. We're still doing business. In fact, we've been very successful with that. We're still building departments open, business licenses opening. Our economic development people are working hard a lot with the local retail businesses, and I'll let people talk to that. But I wanted just to give you a lot of confidence that as we talk to the budget and the directives, I've made decisions on to curtail any right-of-way spending to make sure we're being prudent and watching what the market's doing out there, that our dollars are protected so we can take care of our residents, we can take care of our employees. With that, I want to turn some time over to Wendy to give you from her lane her updates, and then we'll go to Tammy, and then we'll go to Troy in that order.
Hi, Council. As Brett said, our staff has been amazingly flexible, understanding, and creative in working together to solve problems. And their contributions are really what's driving the city forward. And so I'm thankful to have such dedicated staff to help us pull together during this difficult time. Some of you may be aware, I know at least two of you are aware, the Salt Lake County Tourism, Recreation, Culture, and Convention Board has put funding on pause through the coronavirus incident. This impacts our $1.1 million funding that we were awarded earlier this year. It's just a pause. It's not a cancellation of the fund. So we are moving forward as if things will continue. There is a line item in the 2020-2021 budget in park impact fees to start working on that project. So you can take note of that when you're looking through your budget. They're keeping in close contact with us and letting us know kind of where they're at and how things are going. So we'll keep you up to date on that as we get more information. As you know, many of our park amenities remain closed. Anthony is working on a plan to sanitize equipment and pavilions when the coronavirus restrictions are lifted. So as soon as we get direction from the Salt Lake County Health Department and the state, we'll start working on that plan and getting our parks and playgrounds back open as soon as it is safe. We are seeing an increase in trail use. I'm sure you've probably noticed it if you live close to or use the trails. We just want to remind users to pack out all of their garbage, including animal waste, and place that in the appropriate containers. We are also experiencing an increase in vandalism. Our police department, our parks department, and public works are working closely to stay on top of it. We would encourage anybody who sees vandalism or any damages to contact us at City Hall. We can send that out to the appropriate departments to handle. You may have heard the Tour of Utah for 2020 has been canceled as well and has not been rescheduled for this year. So we anticipate seeing that again in 2021. When those talks start happening, we'll of course bring you into the table. Our Community Development Director, Blake Thomas, has developed a plan for inspectors in the field so they can continue their work with all of the necessary PPE. Several departments have worked together to gather supplies for kits for those inspectors so we can keep our building and engineering inspectors safe while out on site. And our building officials working very closely with contractors and keeping them up to date as to where we're at and what our expectations are for safety for our staff. The mayor spoke to this a little bit, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit here, and then we'll bring it back to the council meeting on April 22nd. The events department, with a lot of help from communications, is continuing to be creative in keeping the community engaged while encouraging physical distancing. There is currently a Herriman hunt-along on the Goose Chase app that a lot of people are having fun on. We continue to monitor the situation as our event season approaches. We'll follow any current recommendations from federal, state, and local officials. And Tammy might speak to this a little bit. The legislature has called this a special session next week, so we might have a little bit more information at that point. We're hearing a lot from different places that some mayors are advocating for the stay-at-home order to extend through Memorial Day. We're not hearing that from others, so right now we're kind of in limbo. We're keeping a close eye on it. We'll work with our contractors and the organizations like TRCA Rodeo, who are our partners, and make sure we're all on the same page with keeping everyone safe. And hopefully, if it does need to be canceled, it's only postponed until later in the year. Public Works continues to function on an AB schedule. Secondary water is set to be ready by the end of April, and Black Ridge will start to refill this week. And we talked a little bit, Sherry addressed it a little bit earlier with the dumpster program. Justin has been working on putting together a plan for that, hopefully in May. We're going to look at it closely. He's been talking to some of the other cities that have had a recent program and trying to get some lessons learned from them. I think he's on this call if he wants to add anything to that. I believe we'll bring it back to you April 22nd. We'll include it in an update before then. Justin, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here, Wendy. So I'm working with Monty and Ed very closely on coming up with some ideas on how to modify what we've done in the past and make it work with our current situation. And so some of the items we're working through is the number of locations, where those locations will be, kind of the duration. We're thinking we'd do something around a month long, but how many days of the week? Trying to figure out how we staff that with our current AB schedule. And then, like Wendy said, I've talked to a few cities. There are some concerns, particularly in Riverton, They had a lot of overcrowding. And some of the concerns we have with that is, are we bringing a group and gathering of people together by doing this? And so we're trying to come up with some creative ways to solve some of those issues. Some of the big concerns we have obviously are the exposure of both not only our residents, but our employees as well. Not only bringing them in groups together, but then our employees possibly coming in contact with waste, not only from, like Sherry alluded to, they don't always put it in the dumpsters, they overfill them. We have to tarp them, and then obviously have some contact with it when we go to the landfill. So those are a few of the issues that we're trying to solve. And then Riverton said they did have a lot of confrontation between not only just residents and other residents there, long lines, and then also there's a lot of confrontation between residents and the employees. So they will be staffing each one of their sites for the next month with a police officer to try and help with that. So those are some of the issues we're trying to solve, and we hope to come up with some good solutions and still make this happen. So that's all I had, Wendy.
Great, thank you. I don't have anything else. Are there any questions for me?
Oh, thank you, Wendy and Justin.
Thank you.
Sure. Turn the time over to Tammy.
Okay, I will try not to be too redundant from the update that I provided last night. We have continued to participate in weekly calls with the White House, the CDC, in regards to assistance for communities, businesses, and first responders. The federal government will begin their stimulus check distribution on April 15th. They have also provided information for businesses, which we have been sharing through our communication channels, and we have provided application links for. We have also been participating in the calls with both the governor and lieutenant governor. Today, the governor stated that a new order will be in place by Friday that will require those who declare Utah as their final destination to fill out a travel declaration. Utah does currently have 1,846 cases of COVID-19 and has had 13 deaths, 5 of which took place on Monday. That is a pretty good increase since March 15th, where we only had 28 cases total. The county has stated that Unified Command will be extending the current health order. It expires on April 13th, so tomorrow they will be issuing a new order between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. They've also been working with UAC to have items added to the special session that Wendy mentioned. And that is to address some of the concerns we're facing. So the items that they're asking to be included is a temporary moratorium on the ability to petition the court on a case against a state or local government until the disaster designation has been lifted. They're also asking for flexibility in grammar requests during these circumstances, flexibility in Money Management Act during these circumstances, and flexibility in posting and approving of public meeting minutes. They are also looking at a temporary relaxation of reemployment restrictions on retired employees.
Can you repeat the very first one?
The very first one. So the temporary moratorium on the ability to petition the court on a case against state and local governments. Is that the one you wanted?
I want to make sure I get this. Yeah, so moratorium on ability to... Sorry, say it again. I want to get the wording.
So a moratorium on the ability to petition the courts on a case against state and local government.
Thank you.
And then, of course, customer service. They've been doing a great job. We have half of them working from home and half of them working in the office on an alternating schedule. They are now set up to also take online payments for building permits, landscaping bonds, construction hydrant meter rental deposits, and anything else that pops up that we haven't thought of. We get it all taken care of really quickly so that they're able to basically pay for any service right now online. Customer service has adapted really well to the new processes. They've kept things running smoothly. The recorder's office is also sharing in some, well, it's actually the passport office is sharing in customer service responsibilities. So they are also answering phones, helping with all of the calls, the water accounts, utility payments. So they've all been really great and worked really well through this temporary way of working. Communications has been working on several things. They've been pushing out information to the public as quickly as it comes in regarding COVID-19. And all the while, they continue to tackle their regular workload. As Alan had mentioned earlier, the budget was a big part of that. And so it was a challenge for them to be trying to respond to everybody who's asking questions about how we're handling this pandemic, and at the same time trying to get everything prepared for the budget. But they did a really good job, and it came right down to the wire today, but they were able to get it all put together, and you should have all received it in your inboxes. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Economic development, they do continue to reach out to all of our local businesses on a weekly basis, just to, do a check-in, see how they're doing, make sure that they're aware of the programs that the federal government is offering if they need any type of assistance. We are also trying to spotlight businesses on a regular basis so that the community knows who's open, what they're, how they're handling business right now, whether it's curbside or delivery. We do have a few new businesses that are having a little bit of difficulty during this time. It is causing them to halt construction or any type of forward movement on their projects, and we'll be discussing some of those a little bit later today. Finance and IT, the IT department, they have been rock stars through this entire incident. They have just been working night and day to make sure that we are able to have everybody working, to have them have access to our Q Drive. I think they've issued 22 computers to employees to help them work from home. They've given 42 employees the ability to access all of the city resources as they have to work from home. Obviously, they made it possible for us to have GoToMeeting licenses so that we can hold our council meetings and our planning commission meetings. So they've done a really good job of just staying on top of everything through this and making sure that we have what we need. Our administrative staff has done a great job, Allie and Shelley. They continuously look for hand sanitizer, Lysol, anything that helps us keep this building disinfected and clean, as well as making sure that we have supplies for those that drive vehicles around so that they can make sure that they have equipment that keeps them safe throughout this. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else that I haven't brought you up to date on, but I think so far that is about it. We will continue to update you every Tuesday and Thursday, unless something arises in the meantime. So tomorrow, after we find out what the county's new order is and how long it's been extended, I'll make sure that I send that out to all of you. But in the meantime, are there any other questions? Okay, we'll turn the time over to Chief Carr.
Thank you, Tammy, Mayor, Council. It's good as always to apparently not see you but hear you. I apologize for not having my face up there, but we all know I'm better at radio. That's what my mom told me, is I had a face for radio, so I'll go with that. Let's talk about, we're having some juvenile problems. As we looked at our caseload over the last couple of weeks, we're seeing that the juvenile problems are increasing, and we kind of equate that to schools out early, and parents are not keeping the kids inside. And we're not talking about kids at the park that are in the family unit playing around. We're seeing, as Wendy mentioned, an increase in the park vandalism. So currently we have a patrol unit we've put in place that their job every night is to travel the infrastructure in parks and prevent that vandalism. We think it's happening between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. So we're going to try and get a handle on that. It really is just a matter, as near as I can tell, that kids are out early for summer. We have seen an increase in the runaway and the ungovernables. That's usually a summer issue that we deal with when school gets out, and we're dealing with that quite early. So keeping an eye on that. Generally speaking, the call load stayed stable. Our response hasn't changed. We're still doing telephonics as much as possible. One of the changes we made about a week and a half ago was to, when we do have to respond to a home, we try and call people out and have them talk to us outside. Keeping the truck between us and them is a good indicator of what that physical distancing is. So the officers are getting used to that. You're going to see officers wearing masks, both the KN95s and they also have some material that's similar to like Under Armour that will go over their face. We're seeing nationally law enforcement and firefighters wearing those, just generally speaking, as their travels throughout the day. Help prevent, any spit or anything getting on them that they may not be expecting in order to put on the KN95 or the N95 rather, but something where they needed to protect their face in an unforeseen circumstance. We're seeing some calls, interestingly enough, of physical distancing at parks. It's making it really hard for us because we don't know, as you know, the family unit is allowed to go to a park and congregate. But I shouldn't say that trails because parks are closed. But we are getting some calls about people on the trails or people congregating on sidewalks, and it's typically a family unit that's out walking. But what it's doing is it's creating a call for law enforcement to go over there. And those guys on a very low level call can get exposed to something that we don't want them exposed to. So we're typically trying to handle those from the car, reminding people, again, the parks are closed, don't be in there, don't be on the playground equipment. We have, the last couple of days, I've seen the guys up on the trails. What they're trying to do is if they have a lull in calls, they'll go up on the trail in a trail patrol aspect and contact people in that regard at a distance and see how they're doing and just kind of make some contacts with people and make sure everybody's still doing well. Nothing has changed. We're still handling everything with education. Our standard is egregious and repeated if we have to take some sort of legal action, but we try at all costs to stay away from that. To date, I am unaware of us taking any legal action in our city. To that point, let's talk about movement. We've had some calls both from business owners and people in the community that are concerned about movement. Should they have papers? Do they need to have IDs and papers describing their essential jobs to give to police officers if we stop them? We are not, and I repeat, not in any way, shape, or form stopping people because we believe that they're traveling unlawfully. That is not what we're doing. You guys all know where I stand on this. We are still being police officers, so if we see suspicious things that rise to the standard of reasonable suspicion or probable cause, we'll take action. But we're not stopping people to determine if they should be going to work or not. And we literally have had some business owners that are quite concerned about that. The businesses aren't in Herriman, but the people live in Herriman, so they're calling me to see if their employees need papers to get out of the city, and that's just not happening. So if you hear that, let me know. To set their minds at ease, just tell them that's not our position at all. We're not taking that position, nor will we ever. Our equipment is holding. We've got a pretty slow burn rate. I've mentioned Lieutenant Brian Widemer before as being very forward thinking with this. He has secured some UV lamps, and we're learning that the UV lamp is a fantastic way to decontaminate. Far better than anything we can do with liquids or wipes. And so what we're going to do is set up a station so that as we begin to use our masks that are depleted throughout the course of a day and not involved in a direct infectious manner, we'll reuse those masks. The officers will sign them so that we know who they go back to, and they'll be exposed to UV light for 30 minutes. And we see that that has a 99.99% kill rate. UV lamps were given to us for a short time from a medical supplier, but we are also creating a decontamination area that'll be in the parking lot. We're trying to figure out how all of that looks. We've toured Salt Lake City Police Department, who has a fantastic program going. And because of that, we're trying to be very forward-thinking and leaders in our region. And then we'll be also able to offer those partners in our region that service as well. At any rate, we want those folks, if they come back from an exposure, to know, these officers, that they can, while on duty, decontaminate themselves. We're going to set up a washer station and a dryer station so that they're not taking decontaminated clothes home, or for that matter, any further than they have to get them decontaminated. We don't want them washing that stuff at home. And we don't want them walking around once they're contaminated and infecting other people in the community. Just know that that's happening. We're trying to move that along as quickly as possible. And one other interesting thing is that Salt Lake County, the EOC, has been working with law enforcement and firefighters, and they're setting up alternative housing. Basically what that means is if an officer or firefighter has been exposed and can't go home for some reason, we're setting up hotel housing for them so that they can go there and not expose their family. Or if they're waiting on a test result, we can send them there until they get it back. So that we either don't contaminate a house or we don't clear everybody out of a house for a reason of an uncontaminated person. We wait 24 hours and get the report back. And then just one last thing for the health of the police department. I've been holding webinars inside the police department. We've been checking in on everybody. We all get together and have a chat hour where we can talk for a while. I'm planning on doing that with their families too, over a couple different weekends, and just getting a pulse on everybody, making sure they're healthy. So that about does it for the PD update. Does anybody have any questions for me? All right.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? I want to tell you that the next steps we'll be taking will be masking up more. We're doing it with our inspectors out in the field and making sure they got the PPEs on. And we've had a couple of close calls with a couple of big developments. And council was, some of you were outreached by a developer concerned about us not being able to do inspections. And we've worked everything out with them. They are going to take great measures because they have big job sites, that they'll have a master construction management guy that will be on site at the time when our inspector shows up, and he'll clear all their employees away from them while they're doing their inspections. So we are moving that forward, and I know the developer's happy about the process we had to go through, but they've had a couple of employees test positive, and they sent them home immediately, which was good. But we made it very clear we don't want them cross-contaminating our employees, and we want our employees safe. If we lose a couple of key inspectors, we don't have inspectors. So if they have to be off for a couple of weeks to deal with a coronavirus. So that definitely got their attention, and they're working with us, and things are getting worked out. We've had a total of 3 sites now within the city that workers on site have tested. The other 2, they were totally long distance away from them when it was on the site. So it's just the one that was this close call this week, and we did tap the brakes and then got together and come up with solutions and plans how to fix things. I'll tell you this, imagining these times, it's been another great experience to see how people really pull together and get very resourceful on how to still do their jobs. And if the public's still seeing, they're still seeing the lawns getting mowed, trees are getting trimmed, streets are getting taken care of. We've got some sill coats going down, some crack sealing going on. We are taking care of the city and doing it still pretty efficiently compared to what we really could do when we're trying to make sure we are physical distancing from one another. And I'm just very, very proud of the whole team. It does take the whole team when we're dealing with all this. We scrambled for some supplies today, and it took a couple other departments to, hey, we got some of this, and got people outfitted up with their PPE equipment. So Council, it's been enjoyable. As you heard in Wendy's report, we heard your loud and clear from your residents that they wanted to still have a spring cleanup of some type, and we're working through that process. Hopefully we'll have a little bit recession on the numbers climbing in COVID-19 next few weeks, and then when we get into May, we can actually feel a little bit better about doing neighborhood cleanups at certain locations. And they're walking through that and make sure we can provide that service efficiently and be very prudent about it and protect our employees and protect them as well. If there's any questions for the council or the mayor, I'd take them now. Otherwise, we can get ready to go out of this meeting and go into their closed door.
Are there any questions by the council this time? All right, with that, I will accept a motion to move into a closed session.
They're all not there.
I'll make a motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in a closed session for the purpose to discuss pending and reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Jared?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
That motion is passes, and we will move into closed session. We will not have any further action items for after the closed session. While we will come back out of this meeting to completely adjourn for the public that might be watching, there will be no further actions taken in the general work session for tonight. With that, we will move into our closed session. Thank you.